Ooh, morning, everybody. Ben and Woods, 97.3 The Fan. Let's get our heads right. They're probably not right. I know our heads are definitely not right in here. It is Wednesday, August 30th. Let's get past this month, get into September, and just been a rough time for our San Diego Padres. We will talk about that. You can rest assured today. I'm Woodsy. That's Paul Reindl. He's our executive producer. Good morning, Paulie.
Morning.
Good to see you. And
notice I didn't say good.
Yeah, morning.
It's a morning.
Morning. Benjamin R. Higgins, your friendly neighborhood sports anchor and our Secretary of Homeland Exploration. Good morning to you, Benjamin.
Hello, everybody.
It's good to see you.
It's good to see you as well.
We had we had such a great night last night as a show. We went out last night with...
Obviously had nothing to do with the Padres
Correct.
game.
Yeah, nothing.
Otherwise, it wouldn't have been that great of a night.
Yeah, we actually didn't post our picture of us celebrating because,
Tone deaf.
It'd be tone deaf. That's exactly right, Paulie. It's a good phrase for it. Excuse me. Oh, God, I'm dying.
Burping those old fashions, huh?
So, many of you know we signed a new contract here at 97.3 The Fan, and it was a lot of people. A lot went into it, and it was not an easy thing to get through, but we did, and we're so happy to be here for the next 3 years and a few months at least. And last night was the celebration of said contract signing, and it was the three of us. It was our boss, Adam, who you guys know and love. And it was our agent, Brad Samuel, who we love and fights very hard for us. And it was our big boss, Michael Valenzuela. And we got to go sit and break bread for the first time with Michael and Adam, certainly. And we went to a delicious steakhouse, Del Frisco's. Now, I grew up in Dallas where there was Del Frisco's seemingly on every corner. Paulie had never been before. Ben, you hadn't been either.
No, I'd never tried it before.
And so we went down to Del Frisco's and had a just phenomenal meal and a couple of cocktails. And we broke bread and shared some toasts and things like that. And it was just a great night. Now, the only thing that pissed me off, I got no content out of it. Why? Because it was awesome. There was nothing to complain about. Nothing.
Oh.
There's nothing to complain about.
You didn't have anything to complain about last night.
Not one single thing.
Well, then I guess I'll have to take care of
Oh,
it.
you'll do it?
Yes.
Oh, yes.
Here we go.
It was a great dinner. Everyone was, I was actually... I was a little nervous actually going. I work functions and even dinners like that tend to stress me a little bit.
Okay.
I'm not like you. I'm not as easygoing when it comes to social situations. I'm awkward.
Bro, I hate.
Yeah, but
hate
you're good
social-
at it.
but it's all BS.
Woods was the life of the party.
Oh.
I mean, he carries most of the stories and the conversations. He's very entertaining. He's very engaging, whether you like it or not, whether it stresses you out or not. You're very good. You're captivating.
Oh.
That's why you're good at this job. People like listening to you talk and tell your stories, and it's fantastic. And you had a bunch of them last night, even ones I hadn't heard before, which were it was great. I thought the vibe was outstanding.
It was amazing.
I liked it. We kept it kind of small. It was just the six of us in one room. I think it lent to being a little more, open and good camaraderie last night.
Yeah.
So I only have one complaint.
What was your complaint? I can't wait for this.
So-
Who knew? I had no idea
Yeah.
this was coming.
So we get through the meal. It was delicious. And we get to the end. And I have, me, I've been on my diet for a couple of months. And I've been looking forward to letting loose a little bit last night. And I'm like, this is my cheat. I'm going to have a really good time. And either everyone wraps up dinner and the server comes back in and says, "Can I interest anyone in dessert?" And Woods just pops up really quickly and goes, "No, we're all good." And then
I was
everyone kind
walking
of
back
nods.
from the bathroom at this point.
Everyone kind of nods
and
and goes, "Okay, I guess no dessert." And I'm like, I wanted to get dessert.
Why didn't you speak
Well,
up?
because you had already spoken for everyone, and it was like everyone
I'm
agreed
sorry.
already. And
Well,
I felt
listen.
like I don't want to be the guy then is the only one who wants dessert in this entire table and makes everyone wait another 15 minutes for them
it
to make
killed
the
you.
souffle or whatever I'm going to order. Yeah, it'll be a 30-minute souffle. You don't mind all waiting around while I have my dessert that I've been looking forward to for 3 months.
All right, number one, it's like I tell my wife, I'm not a mind reader. If you want dessert, Just tell me you want dessert. I can't read your mind. Here's the other thing.
I know. I know.
Paulie, do we not come in here, and our tier ones can attest to this, all we hear about is how skinny this dude is. Right. And why do I think you're going to start sucking down cobblers?
You made a good choice for me. I totally get that. But I was hoping that we could just choose our dessert now that we would have had if we had waited around. So here are our menu options that we could have had last night.
What an a-hole I am.
For dessert. Let's see.
I was walking
into
the room from the bathroom when this all went down, and I was like, oh, I was kind of with Ben. I was like,
guess we're not eating dessert.
Sorbet, no. Berries and cream, definitely not.
What was it?
Berries and cream.
You get enough berries.
I've had enough berries. All right, chocolate mousse, salted caramel, chocolate fudge, and miniature chocolate cookies. That sounds pretty good. Lemon d'auberge cake, 6 layers, lemon buttercream icing, and lemon glaze. That sounds pretty good.
Now we're talking.
That's pretty good.
Strawberry hibiscus cheesecake, raspberry hibiscus glaze, fresh strawberry whipped cream.
Okay.
Butter cake.
No.
Butter pecan ice cream, fresh whipped cream, and caramel sauce.
I saw a guy get that at the bar when Paulie and I were there before. Yeah,
and
amazing.
I think my choice would have been the coffee toffee bread pudding, vanilla bean ice cream, fresh raspberries, chocolate pearls, sticky toffee sauce.
Chocolate pearls? Wow. Okay.
But we didn't have dessert last night.
Again, if you could have...
I thought about it. I almost said, hold on a second, but everyone just started nodding already, and I was like, I think I've been shut out of the dessert choice now. It's too late.
In my defense,
I knew you were tired. You needed to get home. I understood.
So the other thing is, I knew Ben had to go back to work.
I did.
He is.
You were doing it for me. I could tell.
I really wasn't. I really wasn't. I just thought it was. We'd
for
been
the
there.
Diet, for the time, for everything.
Time, 2.5 hours. We'd been there, which is really long. And I'm bad about that. I am like when my wife and I go out to like anniversary dinner, and I'll do this. I'll go. I will have the linguine and clam sauce and a Coke with no ice, and my wife will have the same. Here you go. Can you go ahead and take this now? And I'll hand the guy my credit card. And my mom, I grew up that way. My parents are that way.
Yeah, we are at our family as well.
I am that way.
Can we?
I bet your dad is like, let's go.
When the server comes and says, "Can I interest anyone in drinks?" We're ready to order, and if you can bring the check as well at the same time, we'll do it all right now,
bro. He comes around. The server comes around last night and is like, "All right, so do you have any questions about the menu?" I go, Paul, me and this guy, we're going to split the wedge salad. I'm going to get the New York strip. Let's get these. I ordered like 3 sides. Somebody's got to take charge sometimes because otherwise you're in there for 4 hours and you're like, oh, I could not have gotten home past 10 last night. And I still got home at 9. I'm sorry. I owe you a dessert.
It's fine.
And I'm happy to get you a dessert.
And it works the other way as well. Everyone's been at a dinner where they're ready for it to be over.
Yeah.
And someone says, "Hey, are we going to have dessert?" And it says, "Absolutely. Let's get a couple of these for the table." And you're like, I just wanted to leave at this point.
The other thing, dude, and I'll be, this is brutally honest. I had such a great time.
You didn't want to ruin it.
I didn't want to ruin it, but I had 2 old fashions. 2. If I had stayed, Paulie and I would have ended up in TJ. I would have made him, like, that. I had that feeling. I was so high. Like, high on, I mean, it's so nice to be celebrated, right? Like, you talked about it, you gave a beautiful toast, how nice it is to be appreciated and wanted somewhere. That's something I feel like we have all, lacked in our careers. I felt the same way, so I get those 2 old fashions in me, and I was on the edge of going, all right, Paulie, let's go rage and screw the show tomorrow. We'll run CBS Sports Radio, or I got to dial it in. And if I hadn't walked out, bro, I was like licking the rim of the glass. I have a problem. That's why I'm so thankful to do mornings, because once I get started, once you get the engine going, look out, man.
We walked out of the restaurant. You give him it was one of these, like, all right. So where are we going next?
Yeah, where we had. I could have stayed out till 6 in the morning, till right now in rage. So I had that kind of panicked feeling of like, all right, this night could turn, and I can't do that. I can't do it to the tier ones. I can't do it to you guys. Can't do it to my family. I can't be that guy anymore. And that was another reason I was kind of antsy, Benny, because I was feeling so good. I was feeling so good. Now, conversely, I feel like a hammered bag of S right now. I had 2 drinks. I woke up this morning. I was like, I felt like I got out of a bachelor party. I was like, this sucks, man. I feel like death.
You know, they actually have this in contracts of morning show hosts. I didn't know this, but it's not in our deal here, but at our first station, they actually wanted to have in the deal, like, you can't be out after, like, 9 p.m. or something.
Did they really?
Did you not see that?
No, I'd never read the contracts.
I had to, like, get an exception because I
That's
worked
right.
so late.
I remember you got the exception.
Yeah, but
yes.
it was, like, in the deal. Like, if you're going to be the morning show host, you can't be out after 9 o'clock.
Oh, dude.
I don't think that we were the ones they were worried about.
No.
There's probably past hosts from other eras that they were a little more concerned about, where that became a standard part of the morning show.
Yeah, we actually had to keep our own
clause,
Twitter account
yeah.
too at the time, so you know that we were good. No, I had it beaten into. I had it beaten into me by my very first host, who just scared me to death. I mean, he just scared. I told you guys know the blinking story. If you haven't heard the blinking story, sitting on the air, Ben is him and I'm me, and he looks at me, and on the air, he stops in the middle of his story. He goes, "Woodsy, did you not get any sleep last night?" I go, "What? What are you talking about?" "Well, you're blinking a lot." I go, "What do you mean?" He goes, "Well, I know when you blink a lot, that means you didn't get any rest." And so I was like, "You're out of your mind." We get to break, and you know me, dude. There's only so much I can take. The headphones go, bam, and I fully stood up and go, "What in the F are you talking about? What are you talking about? What are you, a sleep expert? You some whisperer on how many hours people sleep? You want to cut me open and count the rings of how many hours I slept last night?" I was so livid. "Well, I just notice that you blink a lot when you're tired." Look, you're counting my blinks?
He would have loved me.
I'm like, oh, yeah, right? Have another perk, dude. I was so mad, bro. It was unbelievable. So, anyway, we are in here, and my head is pounding a little bit. That's fine. I owe Ben a dessert, which is no problem. I got desserts laying around everywhere. I got you taken care of. But we had such a great time, so thank you to Michael. Thank you to Adam. Thank you to Brad.
So when we got there, I think the Padres were up like 4-2.
Yeah, it was great. Paulie and I saw the Campy home run.
Yeah.
I went back to work and then watched it all on my DVR. I don't know why I tortured myself, but I figured we're going to probably have to talk about it with Padres fans who did watch it. So
Good news,
I am
guys.
fully
Ben
versed.
Can talk about it then.
I am fully versed on last night's 6-5 loss, so we will get into what happened. I'm adding it to the list of agonizing losses this season, really
100%.
with a bullet. I mean, one of the top entries now of the season for agonizing losses. So we'll get into that. We got a great show this morning. It is Wednesday. That means Adam Jones will join us. Just texted Paul. Going to be with us at 7:35 this morning. Our friend Ryan Phillips from BigLead.com wrote an interesting piece about the Padres earlier this week. He's going to check in at 8:35. Always like talking to Ryan. Got our regular features on a Wednesday, including Take on Woods, the Reindl Report, Don't Do This, and, of course, our Daily Ditty coming up next. Toe-tapping songs that make you bob your head. Paulie with the selection this morning. We'll also pay off the incorporator from last night, Jesse Aguilar. If that's not enough of a tease, I got nothing else for you right now. So let's check traffic.
We
and
got
get
a lot
rolling
ahead,
here
yep.
on a Wednesday on San Diego's #1 sports station, 97.3 The Fan. Oh, yeah, and this segment is brought to you by the Golf Mart on The Fan. We'll be right back.
What a jam. Name that movie, Paulie, that it reminds you of when you hear this song. Not a movie. It doesn't get you?
No.
The Wedding Singer.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
They're doing the test drive.
Every song from the 80s
That's
kind
true.
of reminds me of
That's true.
The Wedding Singer. But no, I was shocked that this hadn't been used in 3 years.
Look who our co-host is over here.
But if this isn't a toe tapper, I don't know what is.
It's such a good call. Where do you stand on Hall & Oates?
Well, I think I've told you before. Worst concert I've ever been to in my life.
Wait, did I know that?
Was Hall & Oates.
I don't know that I knew that. Why?
6 or 7 years ago, drove up to L.A. on a Friday. I was exhausted, first of all.
You got dragged to this one.
And I wanted to go. I was excited about it, but I felt like first of all, they had lost their fastball. And then we waited all the way to the end because I wanted to hear Kisses on My List, and they didn't play it.
So stupid.
It's like, how can you not play Kisses on My List?
You're just
play it.
You're just a jerk.
I felt like one of them, I'm not sure if it was Hall or Oates, was maybe a little off. Like they ended it a little early, like he's not having a good night for some reason.
Freaking Oates, man. I just don't know what to do with Oates anymore.
It was an interesting concert because I never care about the opening act at all.
Yeah.
I'm there for the headliner.
Sure, of course.
Love the opening act. Trombone Shorty.
Oh, Trombone Shorty's
fantastic.
incredible.
They were fantastic.
Incredible. Like, in fact, they should have flipped.
Yes.
Hall & Oates should be opening these days.
Yeah. This was
For
several years
Trombone
ago, but
Shorty.
yeah. That was probably the only show I've ever been to where the opening act absolutely blew the main act out of the water.
Oates is the one with the curly hair and the stash, right?
Daryl Hall
and John
Oates, I believe. Yes. Yeah. I can't
do
really tell the two of them apart.
How do you, in good conscience, if you're Hall & Oates, say, yeah, we're not doing Kisses on My List. We're not doing it. We're just not doing it.
I don't know. It seemed like an oversight.
Did they do Rich Girl?
They did everything else.
Yeah.
So I was surprised when we didn't get Kisses on My List.
I told you one of the best shows I've ever been to, ever. And I'm a semi-fan of the Steve Miller Band. He played at Notre Dame when I was at Holy Cross. That MFer went out and played his greatest hits album. I swear to God, it was in order. I swear to God, he walked out.
Track 2.
And it was like,
3.
Is he about to play? Abracadabra, that's 4th. He's playing in 4th.
I'm going to reach out and grab you.
He walked out, played his greatest hits, and was like, all right, South Bend, see you later. And you sat there and you're like, that was awesome. I got everything I absolutely wanted to hear. Man, curse you, Hall & Oates, for that bit.
Did you guys see the supermoon on the way in this morning?
My God. I wanted to climb up on top of it. It was unbelievable.
It's one of those instances where the moon is like as close to Earth and it's full, so it really
beautiful.
looks huge in the sky. And it's that rare instance where it's the second full moon of a month as well, because we already had one in the beginning of August. You know what that's called when you have 2 full moons in the same month?
2 full moons in the same month.
Yes. That's called a blue moon.
Is it really?
Yeah, that's a blue moon. So we have a super moon and a blue moon at the same time this morning, which I think is already set to the west. If you missed it, you'll get another good show tonight, I think. But it was spectacular.
Well,
spectacular this morning.
You know, a lot of people think that the full moon brings out, weird instances and things like that. And I think when you look at what transpired last night, in St. Louis. Yeah, let's blame it on that because I can't believe what had to go back and watch and witness later because we were shoving steak and lobster mac and cheese down our throats last night and mercifully missed it live.
You can't believe it? I totally believe it.
No, I know, you're right. You're right.
I totally 100%
Maybe we have
believed it.
The blue moon hanging over us.
Blue moon, blue moon, blue moon. Dip to dip to dip, blue, 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 blue moon. Dip to dip to dip, blue, 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 blue moon. Dip to dip to dip, bump it, bump it, bump it, bump it, dang it, dang it, dang it, dang it, dang it, ding it, dong, ding. Blue moon.
It's actually a scientific term of 2 full moons in the same month. It happens very rarely.
I never get tired of that.
Once in a blue moon is the expression.
I never get tired of it.
All right, before we get into our Padres wrap-up, let's pay off the incorporator from yesterday. We'll just get right into it. The word that Woods gave Jesse Agler to work into the broadcast, nemophilist, someone who is...
He haunts the woods.
Of the forest. of the forest. A pneumophilis.
We are not pneumophiles.
Jesse said he had to set it up a little bit last night.
Yeah,
so
it was the top of the 6th inning last night. Padres up to bat in St. Louis.
This is the 15th inning for the Padre offense. Only twice have they been retired in order. And while the Cardinal pitchers have done probably a better than average job of limiting the damage, they have made lives very, very difficult on themselves. 1-1 to Kim. And the pitch is outside. 2 balls and a strike. It's one of those where they're kind of fighting their way through the forest. The Cardinal pitchers, and I see a little bit of daylight, but there's an awful lot standing between them and the exit. 2-1 to Kim. Here's the pitch. And Hassan takes a strike right at the knees on the outside corner. Pitchers are generally not people who like to spend time in those woods. They are not pneumophilists. They want to get in and out with as little trouble as possible, not get scraped by any of those branches or thorns along the way.
He went metaphorical.
He's unreal.
He went metaphorical last night for the
SOB.
Incorporator.
I love that interview we did with Jesse yesterday when I said, you don't have to answer, but is St. Louis one of the worst places you travel to? And he goes like this.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just very quiet under his breath. You know that there's something about it that it's just not appealing. You know, even they like Milwaukee. Milwaukee's kind of cool. And then they head to St. Louis, and it's just like, oh, man.
I mean, it's gotta,
You know, I've
I'm
gone
trying to think of
twice,
worse.
but it was in the playoffs.
Yeah.
And I think it was because it wasn't the heat of the summer, the sweltering. It was October,
Gnarly
and it wasn't
humidity.
bad. I kind of enjoyed it. They got the Hill, which is the area of the city where you have
The
all the Italian
food.
restaurants.
It's
that
where
was kind of
Yogi
cool.
Berra and Joe Garagiola grew up on the Hill.
The Hill in St. Louis. And there's the Arch. It's a pretty cool.
Is that
in terms
cool?
Of,
Did you go
I
up
didn't
in
go
it?
in the. It's got like an elevator inside that goes
Sideways.
and
Yeah.
gets you to the top. I did not go in, but it's a cool thing to look at on
Sure.
the skyline. It's right on the river there. They got the Mississippi River and riverboat casinos. I don't know. I haven't been to every single baseball city, but I can't imagine St. Louis is the worst. Now,
I think it's the heat.
if you go in August and it's sticky and
Yeah.
humid, that's awful.
Trying to think
Anywhere,
of what would be the worst? Cincinnati,
Tampa.
Tampa would suck.
Tampa.
Suck.
That feels like that would be a tough one. Cincinnati, I've been to.
I've been to
okay.
Cincy. It's all right. It's a cool city.
It's okay.
There's water.
Yeah,
Any
they've got a river.
city with water, and St. Louis has water.
Yeah.
Any city with water in it's pretty
Tampa
awesome.
has water, I'm sure.
Yeah,
a
I'm
bay.
sure. All right. Well, we've devolved already at 6:30. Let's get into last night's debacle.
All right, Padres wrap-up of another extra inning loss for your San Diego Padres.
At this point, let's just set the record.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Then there's
I want it
no
now.
reason to win one at this point.
Now I want it.
But last night's was tough to take. As always, we will get into that coming up next. First, a reminder, Grangetto's is giving you an opportunity to win a luxury suite for 20 people, teaming with 97.3 The Fan. Win one for the upcoming game on Monday, September 18th versus Colorado. To win, you just have to go to 973thefansd.com/garden for details to enter to win. And we'll be right back on Ben Woods, San Diego's #1 sports station, 97.3 The Fan. This hour on 97.3 The Fan is brought to you by California Coast Credit Union. With MasterCard Local, CalCoast Credit Union members can earn 5% cash back on purchases made with CalCoast MasterCard credit and debit cards every time they shop at participating businesses. Learn more at calcoastcu.org/shop-local. All right, well, we'll get into a game that the Padres never trailed in last night, at least until the game was over. And then, of course, they did trail, and it was over. But in the entire rest of the game, they were pretty much ahead. So, our Padres wrap-up coming up after a check of traffic here on 97.3 The Fan.
From the premier Buick GMC of Carlsbad Traffic Center, part of the Premier Auto family, here's Vicki Pepper.
805 North at Market got a crash blocking the left lane. I'm Vicki Pepper, in for Kelly Danick with Ben and Woods, San Diego's #1 sports station, 97.3 The Fan.
It's a shame if they lose.
You can visit Pity City, but you can't live there.
Oh, it's been a great day today. Can't wait for more.
Hey guys, it's Woodsy, live from the Crapper again.
Did you miss any of the Padres game yesterday?
Cancel the parade. That's why you play the games.
Oh, God, here we go.
It's the Padres Wrap-Up with Ben and Woods.
Slam Diego? More like fail Diego.
Presented by Hamul Casino. With thrilling slots and tables and all the best rewards, Hamul Casino has all the fun you're looking for. Hamul Casino, fun above all else. On 97.3 The Fan.
I just felt the way that the roster is built, they would have to outscore their opponents to win.
2 on and 2 out, bottom of the third inning. Padres ahead 1-0, but Gorman lines this one to right. Fernando over towards the line, cuts it off. Not in time to stop Wynn. He'll score to tie the game. Goldschmidt wheels around to third base. And a 2-out RBI single for Nolan Gorman has knotted us up at 1 apiece. Here's a 1-0 as Okar hits it hard down the right field line. That's a fair ball, going to give the Padres the lead. Campusano has scored. That is on his way. A 2-run single for us, Okar. And the Padres back in front. It's 3-1. 2-2 pitch in the air down the left field line. Well struck. O'Neal's going back. He's looking up. Gonna go! Home run, Luis Campusano. His 5th of the year, and the Padres add on. They're back in front by 2. It's 4-2. Here's Contreras with 1 out, nobody on. Swings at the first pitch, skies it to deep left. Soto is back. He is at the wall. He leaps up. Gonna go. Just dropped it into the Padre bullpen in left field. 14th as a Cardinal for Wilson Contreras. And we've got ourselves a 1-run game here in the 6th. Goldschmidt at second with 2 down. 0-2. Here's the pitch. And that's hit in the air to deep center field. Grisham's racing back. Looking up. Gonna go. Onto the grass embankment in front of the batter's eye. 2nd home run of the night for Wilson Contreras. 2nd night in a row, Suarez allows a home run, and most importantly, now a 5-5 game. The lefty is set, pitch on the way. Edman swings, hits it in the air deep to left field. That's going to win the game one way or another. It's off the base of the wall. In from third comes Mason Wynn, and in 10 innings, the Cardinals prevail 6-5. This is their first lead of the night, and the Padres fall to 0-11 in extra inning games.
Really good momentum in today's game. I thought we played a pretty good game. Obviously gave up the homer in the 8th. Things changed a little bit. We haven't been able to push through in those type of games, unfortunately, and tonight was another one.
Oh, I was listening to Sammy's postgame show, and you know the numbers, but got to go through them again. Padres now 6-21 in 1-run games this year. That's almost 4 out of every 5 1-run games the Padres have lost this year. I think he said 18-36 in games decided by 2 runs or less. So in close games this year, if it feels like the Padres are always losing them, it's because they are. And then, of course, the cherry on top of this season, 0-11 in extra innings games. Now 1 away from, I believe, the all-time record, the 1969 Montreal Expos, who went 0-12.
I want 13
in extra innings games. They get a whole month left.
I want to take the crown on that.
And with the Padres hitting just a smidge over 100, and they actually got a hit in extra innings yesterday. It was an infield single. Nice play at short to keep the ball from going to the outfield and letting that run from scoring. On Matt Batten's, by the way, 4th hit last night. Nice job by Matt Batten.
Nice job by the entire bottom of the order.
Bottom
last
third
night.
of the order went. So if you separate the order 2 through 6 and then 7 through 1, 2 through 6 went 3 for 23. 7 through 1 went 9 for 15. The guys who normally are not expected to produce as much are producing there for the Padres. If they had done that all season long, and the guys had hit the way we thought they'd hit, Padres would have been unstoppable.
I cannot wait to ask these guys. And, I don't know that we're going to get a chance to catch up with any players before the end of the year, right? I don't. We don't get a lot of player interviews. The players don't get up early in the mornings. But aren't you guys fascinated? Wouldn't you be fascinated to say, hey, man, rough year. What are you planning on doing in the offseason to get better? What are you doing in the offseason to bring this team closer together? And of course, I'm talking about the leaders, the so-called leaders on the team. And I think, when you make the most money, people will look to you as the leaders, right? And you have to set the tone. I'm really interested to see if they just, I'm not going to change up my routine much. And there's a severe problem with this team. Severe. It's a total, I don't want to say a lack of care, but the mindset here, the die to win attitude, it does not exist here. And it hasn't for a while. And you watch last night, just another, and everyone's going to blame Robert Suarez for hanging that slider, which, by the way, no one could touch your heat, and you don't need to hang a slider there. Everyone's going to blame him. Man, most of our losses this year really settle right in nicely to the so-called Big Four. They really do. I mean, I did the OPS plus numbers, the WRC numbers the other day, Ben. Terrible. I mean, and when you need those guys the most, they've gotten plenty of opportunities to put games away. They haven't done it. I mean, they have been shrinking violets every time they've had an opportunity to put a game out of reach. Middling pitchers they've made look fantastic. Letting this one get away last night.
I don't know the answer to your original question. What do they need to do in the offseason?
Something
it
different.
Feels like they need
What
more.
is the problem?
They need more than just a group camping trip. A
Let's
weekend
start
in the
there,
ends of
though.
Borrego Desert.
How about a Del Frisco's meal together? I feel closer to you guys after one dinner out. It's weird, man. There's a weird disconnect. I'm not in there, so I can't really speak to it. But, things trickle out and you hear things. And at this point, you look at games last night and go, man, it defies, again, logic. It defies reason why our guys just cannot come through when we need them most. Every time we need them.
I think a very tangible concern for next year is what the Padres are going to do about the closer position. Because Robert Suarez was signed to be the heir apparent to Josh Hader, who was expected to leave in free agency. And as far as I know, that's still the plan for the San Diego Padres. But Robert Suarez obviously has not had a very good season. I mean, hurt for most of it. And since he's come back, he's been very mid. Yesterday I went back and watched that inning. Probably as good as up to the pitch where he gave up the 2-run homer.
As good as he's looked.
He gave up the single to Goldschmidt. That was an absolute bloop down the line, mishit. There was nothing. He didn't do anything wrong until he got ahead 0-2 on Wilson Contreras and gave up a game-tying 2-run home run. Before that, he's 100 on the black. I mean, he was dealing, looking like as vintage, as good as we had seen him last year. And as Bob said, I mean, even the pitch that was a home run, it was a pretty sharp slider down. It just was down the middle and not on the side of the corner of the plate. It needs to be a little lower or a little more outside. And Contreras put a good swing on it. But I was thinking, okay, I'm liking what I'm seeing here from Suarez, but I know what's coming as well. So, that's I don't know what they're going to do about the closer position next year.
I don't know what they're going to do with their starting rotation, as we saw yesterday. It doesn't mean nothing to see the news that Yu Darvish is going back to Texas to get imaging done by the guy that did his first Tommy John surgery.
Which was, like 5 or 6 years ago?
Yep. And it doesn't mean...
We know what's coming.
It doesn't mean nothing. It doesn't mean the worst, but I think we've all been conditioned enough at this point to fear the worst, right? Expect something positive, but fear the absolute worst. If that happens, Ben, what do you do with your rotation? There's about 40 question marks we can look at with the San Diego Padres this season, and it doesn't bode well for 2024. But you've got time to figure it out. But man, it just does not look good.
I think the most innocuous reading of the situation would be, of course, you want to go to the same doctor who's seen your elbow many times.
Yeah, that knows your elbow well.
No matter what's wrong with it, go to the guy who's been in there, who's looked at more imaging on your elbow than anyone else,
True.
and let's get down to it without hitting any panic buttons yet about Yu Darvish's availability next year. But as you said, there's also absolutely reason to be concerned about it as well.
That seems a little copium there because
a little bit.
We know. Any other team, you might have that glimmer of hope. We know what's happening.
I mean, you has said, I still think he wants to come back and pitch this year. He's not. I've seen the old, well, I'm definitely done for this season, and I'm crossing my fingers that I don't need Tommy John surgery. It seemed like he felt more encouraged than that, at least. But, he's going to see the guy who is, he's the guy that, gets your pitcher out for 14 months, which would be a bad thing at this point. It would mean no Yu Darvish at all next season. Even if he had the surgery now, no way he'd be back until 2025. And the Padres are already going to be down at least. I mean, depending on free agency, Blake Snell is gone. You don't know about Yu Darvish. Seth Lugo can opt out.
Probably will.
Michael Wacha, either you opt into a 2-year expensive deal, or he can opt out as well.
Yeah, I mean, for him, you almost have to opt in now.
Joe Musgrove and Pedro Avila could be your only returning starters at this point in 2024.
Man,
that's a real concern for a team that feels like they're in their
Avila,
winning
Nick
window
Martinez.
right now.
I want to talk about today. It's been rattling around in my brain. Maybe you guys can help put it together with me, make it cohesive. If I'm Peter Seidler today and I'm watching, this team all season, and I'm watching some of the guys that were extended with, my money, and I'm watching Yu Darvish extended for 6 years and potentially facing again Tommy John. Robert Suarez was paid a lot of money. He's got an opt-out in a couple of years. All these kind of weird opt-out contracts where, hey, if they do great, they're going to opt out and it's going to cost me more money. One thing I will say, I did not berate any of these moves when they happened. I didn't. I did not come on and say, I don't know what the hell, and I'm not really doing it now. One thing I did question was the so-called creativity of many of these deals, right? To get the opt-ins, the opt-outs. If they do great, they're going to opt out. And we can re-sign them. It's going to cost us more money, or we can opt in for $16 million for a Michael Wacha or whatever it may be. That's one, if I'm Peter Seidler, where I'm kind of scratching my head a little bit going, all right, I signed off on this. I need you to explain it to me again like I'm 5, because it feels like I'm just burning money in a bonfire right now. Everything that they've touched this season has pretty much gone south. And the guys that have played the best are the ones that aren't under contract.
Right.
So that's
Hader, Snell, Wacha, Lugo, and I know Hader got the loss yesterday, unearned run because of the Manfred man out there on second base. But you're right. The best performers, and throw in Ha-Seong Kim with just 1 year left on his contract.
He was one of the guys I'm talking about.
The best performers are the ones that aren't guaranteed to be here long term.
The way we hand out contracts, there's no reason Ha-Seong Kim shouldn't be here for 7 more years.
No question. No question about it.
I know that
he's
it's
beloved.
I know it looks like maybe, the opt-outs and the creative deals is a weakness. I mean, one of A.J. Preller's strength, he gets the guys to sign the deal and come to San. I mean, you can not offer those, and maybe they go sign somewhere else because they.
Then I think we need from now on to be okay with that. I do. I think it's real. And if I'm Peter, I'm definitely saying, hey, we got to kind of. If they want to be here, great, and we'll pay them fair market value.
There's a bunch of teams that probably wish they had signed Seth Lugo and Michael Wacha in the offseason.
There's no question.
The Padres figured out a way to get them into their camp and onto their roster. That's not nothing. That is a skill
it is.
that A.J. Preller possesses with the help of Peter Seidler's checkbook. he has convinced a lot of people, hey, you want to come here and play at Petco Park for this team in San Diego. And he's done a good job of getting players to buy in to wanting to join this organization.
Well,
Beyond that,
I mean,
though,
yeah, the buy-in to join an organization is what the Braves do. We're going to give you a very, very lucrative and favorable contract in putting all the power really in your hands. I mean, honestly, who wouldn't sign those deals? We heard Waka. When we talked to him in spring training, he's like, "Yeah, I had 1-year deals, but I wanted more." And AJ was like, "Yeah, no problem. I mean, we will give you the potential for 3, 4, whatever it was." Robert Suarez. I mean, I looked at his contract this morning and I went, "Oh my God."
I mean, maybe it's more concerning that guys like Trey Turner and Aaron Judge were offered more to come here and chose not to. And maybe in hindsight, it's a good thing that they didn't. I know Trey Turner's gotten hot lately, but obviously Judge has had an injury-plagued season, and Turner had a miserable first half of his year for the Phillies. But they actually were offered more, by all reports, and chose not to come to San Diego. Now, no, they've not said, well, I didn't want to play for that team. I didn't want to play for AJ. I didn't want to play for Bob or Peter. They had other reasons and that were believable at the time, but it's something you got to look into. Why would someone turn down more money to come to San Diego as opposed to playing in Philly or New York?
You're talking about Aaron Judge and Trey Turner.
You're talking about the captain of the Yankees, and you're talking about Trey Turner, whose wife was like,
I get it.
We're East Coast. That's what we're doing. Yeah. So you tried to money whip those guys, and even for them, they're like, "That's great."
You
but
can't
I can
blame the lifelong Yankee for wanting to
the captain.
stay and continue to be the king of New York
No,
City.
the players, it's their decision, and I think, probably made a decent one. I'm just wondering, is there concern on the Padres end of this?
I think the concern
you want to make your organization so good and so desirable to free agents, to anyone that is out there, that there's almost no way you can say no. Hey, I got offered a deal by the Padres. I got to go to San Diego. They've got everything.
Waka said that, and I think all you had to do was offer him just a 2-year deal, and let's see how it goes. Not with opt-ins and opt-outs, and if you pitch well. We have 2 pitchers that have been phenomenal. Great eye by AJ. I'm not discounting that. Like, getting Lugo in here and getting Walk in here, they've been godsends. Where would we be without them? But now, they're going to opt out, and if you want to keep them, you're going to have to spend a lot more money, or somebody else is going to get them anyway in a absolute turd of a season. So it's all coming back. It's just wild. Like, everything we've done, Ben, has come back to bite Peter, AJ, us, the fans, in the butt. Almost every single move has come back to bite them. And if you're Peter Seidler, you got to be scratching your head going, I got Drew Pomeranz down there giving up tanks right now. We've paid him, how much money have we paid Drew Pomeranz for less than nothing? And these things start to add up, I would imagine.
Good news on him is he's back and giving up bombs.
Giving up a tank last night, yeah. So it's really cool. To Pavin Smith, I saw. I didn't know he was still playing baseball. I had no idea. And so after a while, though, don't those kind of, if you were a real estate speculator and every property you bought, you put all your money into, and they all went down in value, at some point, wouldn't you be like, maybe if you hired me to do it.
Maybe I don't have the eye.
Maybe I don't have the eye for speculation. I just, everything has bit them in the rear end. It's, call it bad luck, call it whatever you want to, but it's been terrible.
All guests on Ben & Woods appear on the Premier Chevrolet of Carlsbad fan hotline. Save money the right way with Premier Chevrolet of Carlsbad. Visit them today in the Carlsbad Auto Mall. Chevrolet, find new roads. Angels have rocked the baseball world with what they did yesterday. And I saw the Padres name brought up in some of the Angels players that were cut loose. We'll get to that and take on Woods coming up next year on the Fan. Really spicy and fascinating stuff with the Los Angeles Angels yesterday, who seem to have found a bit of a loophole in Major League Baseball's trade deadline system. Welcome back. It's Ben Woods.
Like, this was unprecedented, right?
It really is something we've never seen a team do, at least at this level. I mean, every team has released a guy late in the season and it's not working out. You know, Padres did it earlier this year with Nelson Cruz. It's just like, hey, you know what? Thank you, but we're going to go in a different direction. You do that with players all the time. We've never seen a team put like 20 to 25% of their roster just on waivers and go, all right, we're cleaning house, and not just completely washed up players, but actual guys who may not be superstars, but are having somewhat decent, legitimate seasons. Yeah, disappointing if you're Lucas Giolito.
Like, almost certainly all of them will get claimed.
But, yeah, not guys who are immediately headed to the scrap heap and are done with their careers.
Right.
They will, each one of the players waived by the Angels yesterday. Do you have the whole list? It's Hunter Renfroe.
It's Hunter Renfroe, Matt Moore, Reynaldo Lopez, Lucas Giolito, and Reindl Report.
So a couple of bats, a couple of bullpen arms, a starting pitcher that was two of those guys just acquired at the trade deadline as well. All of them designated for assignment, placed on waivers essentially, meaning any team can claim them based on the reverse order of the standings.
Correct.
At the end of the day today. And whoever puts in a claim, if they have the worst record, they claim that pitcher or that player and take on their remaining salary for the rest of the season. But they don't have to give up any prospects. I mean, the Angels just gave up a couple of prospects for Lucas Giolito. They're not getting anything back for them.
Yeah, you're getting this is essentially, it's just a salary dump is what it is. Just trying to get under a luxury tax for next season, shedding some salary. That's what it is. It's wild because it's been, you know, how long since the trade deadline? They've played 26 games, I think, since the trade deadline.
They're 7-17, I think.
They're 8-18,
worst record.
something like that. Yeah.
The worst record since the trade deadline. And if this was just Artie Moreno trying to pick up some pocket change and go, this team's terrible, I might as well save $5 or $6 million that I can put into a new house or something, I would say that's outrageous, and you shouldn't be a Major League Baseball owner. The luxury tax argument, because the Angels are so close to it and feel like they can get under, there are tangible competitive implications
Draft
here,
implications,
including if you lose a big-time free agent, if you're over the luxury tax level, the compensation's like a fourth-round draft pick. If you're under, and, of course, we're talking about Shohei Ohtani, who they don't know if they're going to be able to bring back, it's a compensation B round, so it's like a second-round pick.
Okay.
So you could move up like 60, 70 spots in the draft by shedding this salary before the end of the season. So competitively, this makes a lot of sense for the Angels to try to make this move and save some money and get under the luxury tax. They have a 0.0% chance of making the postseason now, according to FanGraphs. So not really giving up anything, and you've got a chance to improve your lot in the future. Absolutely, you do this. For the competitive, though, integrity of the game of baseball. And I saw a tweet by former Padres reliever Robert Stock. Remember?
I love Robert
Bob Stock. We had him
Very
on the show. I liked him.
outspoken and smart dude.
He said this is something that a good competitive fantasy league wouldn't allow. You would not, if you were in a fantasy league with a bunch of guys who took it seriously, a baseball fantasy league, and at the end of the year, a guy who's, you know, he's near last place and he knows he's not going to win, just goes, I'm just releasing all my players and you guys can just fight over them on the waiver wire. The commissioner would step in and go,
absolutely.
You can't do that.
Yeah.
You're affecting the competitive integrity of our season.
Yep.
It shouldn't come down to who gets the waiver claim now on these key players because you've lost interest and don't want to play anymore. They'd block that. They wouldn't allow that to happen. But, you know, the commissioner either can't or won't step in here, Rob Manfred. So it's going on. There is a free-for-all sale right now on Angels players. And starting with the Oakland A's and going on to the Kansas City Royals and on up the list, anyone can claim these guys at the end of the day today and add them to their team for the last month of the season.
Yeah, I mean, and we kicked it around when I got in this morning. You asked anybody that you're interested in, and I think the answer is no. I don't. There's nobody I look at and say,
because the cost is actually pretty low. No prospects. You know, a 1/6 of one season's salary.
But for what?
If you're not going over the luxury tax, if you felt like you were in it at all, the Padres, what's their percentage? Do we know? 2 something at this point? If they were even at like 10 or 15%, knowing that Musgrove and Darvish is out, you'd probably take Giolito and hope he's better than Rich Hill has been so far. You think about Grichuk as a bat you could use off the bench. You've always had depth problems, although looked good yesterday. I mean, the Padres could be interested in a bunch of those guys. You wouldn't take one of the bullpen guys, possibly, as a little more added depth in your bullpen. If the Padres were in it right now, I think A.J. Preller would be like at a all-you-could-eat buffet shopping for Anaheim Angels. Maybe even other guys on other teams, like Harrison Bader, not getting much production in center field. You throw him out there for the last month of the season. And if that was the case, I wouldn't be happy if I was other teams. Like, you just let a team jump in, and there may be a playoff contender, a Marlins, Mariners, teams that jump in and remake their roster here on the day before playoff rosters are locked in on September 1st.
Yeah, I get it. I don't like it either. I saw a lot of people up in arms about it, and yeah, it does feel a little weird. Well, you still understand why the Angels are doing it, but man, what a tough message for those guys. By the way, a lot of them found out on Twitter yesterday that they had been waived, and then went out and played. Grichuk was in the lineup, hit 2 doubles and a bomb last night after being put on waivers. A couple other guys played pretty well too, I think, and just tough. It's just you get traded, you trade prospects for guys. They're here for a month, and then you put them all on waivers and another team grabs them.
Need a contestant for Take on Woods? Call now, 833-288-0973. You can win a trip to Las Vegas here in a couple of minutes in our musical trivia contest.
Good day to get me, by the way.
I heard a couple of people ask this question. Well, why don't the Padres do this? They'd love to get under the luxury tax, put a high-performing or a high-paid underperforming player on waivers and just let him go. People who said the Xander Bogaerts contract was a mistake. Just let someone else take him and get out from under all that money. Well, here's the catch. If no one claims the player you put on waivers, then you still have to pay his entire remaining salary, the entire contract, and you lose him. And he's a free agent as well. So if the Padres, and they wouldn't do this, but if they, for instance, put Xander Bogaerts on waivers, is there a team that would claim him right now? Because they'd take on the entire remainder of his 285, 10 years and 255, 260, whatever's left.
No, the answer is no.
I think that as much as maybe the teams would be tempted, I mean, Marlins need a shortstop badly, but they're not going to take on that kind of money.
No.
So he'd end up going and becoming a free agent. You'd have to pay him all that money, and you get nothing out of it.
And then he signs another contract?
Yeah, and then he gets to sign another contract and get a double dip on the paycheck wherever he goes after that. So you can't risk doing that for someone who's a long-term.
Can they waive me here and then nobody picks me up?
All these Angels guys are not that expensive, and their contracts are expiring, which makes it a low risk for the team picking them up. That's why the Angels can do this. And if they didn't get picked up, oh, well, we were going to pay that money anyway. It's not a big deal. But Padres can't do that with some of the players, Jake, whatever. Even if you don't like the contracts, you can't just waive them and get out from under the money because no team is going to take on that salary.
Yeah, and they used to do the thing where you could waive them and then pull them back.
Revocable waivers.
Yeah, you can't do that anymore.
They changed that rule in 2019.
Yeah, so that's tough, man. It's tough. Somebody will improve their team, though. I mean, we say improve. They'll add another body. We'll see how they go. I mean, Giolito, to me, is just such a mystery. I thought getting out of Chicago for him would be the best thing that ever happened to him. He has been horrific since he got there. Now, and again, somebody's going to look at that, though, and go, well, we need innings. We need something. I don't think the Padres should be in the mix for innings. If I'm Peter Seidler, I'm like, no, absolutely not. We'll work with what we have for the rest of the year. I've spent enough.
Don't need to burn another $2 million here at the end of the season.
$2 million.
Still cash.
What?
It's still real money.
Yeah.
It's not made up. It's not monopoly money.
Right.
It's real money that you don't have to spend. So, yeah, I'd be surprised if they claimed anyone. But I'll tell you what, if they were 2 games closer, I think AJ would be at a free-for-all at the buffet right now.
Yeah, no doubt.
Looking for players.
No
All
doubt.
right, I see people calling in. Let's get today's game. It's time to play. Take on Woods. Let's go out to James gets in today. James, you ready to play?
Oh, yeah. Good morning, guys.
Good morning. All right,
What's up, James?
Woods has left the studio. I don't even know if he'll fall asleep out there. We're going to have to wake him up
100%.
after last night. You've got 5 questions of musical trivia coming up. If you can beat or tie Woods, James, you will qualify for a 2-night getaway at the Westgate Las Vegas Resort and Casino and 2 tickets to Kool and the Gang performing through 2024. Get your tickets at Ticketmaster.com. Check out the room renovation, $70 million worth at the Westgate Las Vegas Resort and Casino. All right, here are the categories this morning, James. Will wonders never cease? The word wonder, the key to all those answers. The mystery category. That's just take your shot at the first song and see if you can figure out the theme. And our new category, going, going, gone. 5 songs that include the word going in the title. So, James, what do you like? Will wonders never cease? The mystery category or going, going, gone?
I'll take a shot at the mystery category.
Ooh, the mystery category is back. If you can identify our 2-second song, it'll unlock the key to all the remaining answers, but you got to figure it out. Remember, you need to give me the title and the artist of the song that Paulie plays, and then we'll go on to the rest of the questions. If you don't know an answer, say pass. We can come back to it at the end if there's time left on the clock. So, James, you ready to go?
Oh, yeah, ready.
All right, listen carefully. It's the mystery category, 60 seconds on the clock. Your time begins when Paul plays the music. Good luck, James. Let's take on Woods.
See the stone set in your eye.
Oh, I have no clue.
All right.
Pass.
We can pass. Michael Jackson wanted to ride the boogie and share the beat of love and do what all night in a late 1979 hit?
Pass.
It's the 8-word question asked by Michael Bolton in a song he wrote that became both a hit for himself and Laura Branigan.
Oh, pass.
Modern English was ready to stop the world, in which 1982 hit once featured in a Burger King ad campaign.
Melt for you.
Give it to him.
I'll give it to you. With a music video featuring multiple Sports Center anchors, Darius Rucker sings about the Dolphins making him cry, in which 1990...
I only want to be with you.
Correct. Go back to our 2-second song.
See the stone set.
This is you two, with or without you.
Correct. Oh, wow. Nice.
Oh.
It might have helped if you had gotten that at the beginning, but you did get 3. So the mystery category, with or without you, every song title featured either with you or without you. The Michael Jackson one was Rock With You. Michael Bolton is How Am I Supposed to Live Without You. Modern English is I Melt With You. And Only Want to Be With You from Darius Rucker. So you did get 3. Could be enough. We'll see, especially considering Woods' haggard condition this morning. Stay on the line there, James. We will reset everything as Woods comes back in. All right, interesting game today. 60 seconds back on the clock. Woods, your time begins when Paul plays the music. Good luck. Let's take on James.
See the stone.
It's with or without you, you too.
Correct. Michael Jackson wanted to ride the boogie and share the beat of love and do what all night in a late 1979 hit?
Rock With You.
Correct. It's the 8-word question asked by Michael Bolton in a song he wrote that became both a hit for himself and Laura Branigan.
8 words, Michael Bolton. Pass.
Modern English was ready to stop the world.
I Melt With You.
Correct. With a music video featuring multiple Sports Center anchors, Darius Rucker sings about the Dolphins making him cry, in which 1994 hit for Hootie and the Blowfish.
Something you. I'm so brain dead. I don't know. Pass.
It's the 8-word question asked by Michael Bolton in a song he wrote that became both a hit for himself and Laura Branigan.
I don't know. I'm out.
You're out?
Done.
No Hootie?
No Hootie?
I was going to say Let Her Cry, but that's not it.
It's a 3-3 tie, James.
Wow.
Oh, wow. He pulled that out at the end. I was afraid James was going to get a 0. Ended up with 3, and he is qualified for Las Vegas. Stay on the line, James. Paul will get your information during the break. It was actually a mystery category, so you got the 2-second song. Every song either said with you or without you.
Okay,
so with or without you. So you got Rock With You, and you got I Melt With You.
Yep.
The Hootie and the Blowfish song is Only Want to Be With You.
I only want to be with you.
And the Michael Bolton song is How Am I Supposed to Live Without You?
Okay.
And that was the category today.
So I see people sometimes tweeting about Take on Woods. You know, like you can write if you want. If somebody's like, do a hip hop one. I'm like, Ben doesn't follow a lot of hip hop, but if you want to write one, you can send Ben a Take on Woods. He'll use it.
We've had tier 1 submissions for Take on Woods. I've had to edit some and turn some down because I felt like they were just too hard.
Right.
And no one's going to get any of the answers. They're clever, but they also have to be gettable. I feel like they have to be at least recognizable to Woods and most of the audience if you're going to have a chance to win. So, but if you'd like to submit,
you can.
You can email us.
He would appreciate the break.
Yeah, absolutely. I do put a lot of work.
I
in,
know
actually,
you do
coming
great.
in with these every single day themes and categories and questions. So it's I'm like, okay, what am I going to do today? I have a process that I go through, like through song titles, and then trying to match them up with other song titles.
It's not
and
easy.
It's kind of it can be a grind sometimes. I try to work ahead by a week or two just so I don't ever run out of. I'm always afraid I'm going to just run out of ideas.
Just
but
DM him on Twitter or something.
We're like 3 years in now.
That's crazy.
The Take on Woods categories.
That's crazy. That is absolutely
and
crazy.
I have not repeated once.
Brilliant.
I mean, we do mystery categories sometimes.
Sure.
But all right, that's Take on Woods for today. James, congratulations. Paulie will get your information in a second. Woods, you got a tease for us on Don't Do This.
What can you hide in your fat?
Less than I used to be able to. Coming up next after traffic here on 97.3 The Fan. All right, let's keep this a little quick because we got Adam Jones at the bottom of the hour, so we'll just do 2 stories today from the world of sports on Don't Do This. Woodsy?
Yeah, so I think it was last Friday night, Ben. I was on, watching baseball and saw it come across my timeline that there was a shooting, Ben, at a White Sox game. And I thought to myself, man, I don't know. I'm not seeing anything official from the team. I'm gonna pull back on this a little bit. We obviously remember what happened at Nationals Park when the Padres were involved. Very scary, and it's just this is the world we live in now. And so I thought to myself, I'm going to wait. I'm going to wait and see what happens. And who knows? Who knows? The original report I saw was it was an off-duty police officer. No, it wasn't the case. A woman by the name of Peggy Kaczynski, who works for... I don't know who she works for, actually. But she broke the story yesterday that the shooting at the Chicago White Sox game...
Was she not ESPN?
Was she ESPN?
Well,
yeah. No, she's in Chicago.
ESPN.
She's ESPN Chicago now. Yeah. So she broke the story, guys, that it was accidental discharge from a woman who snuck a gun in and hid it in the folds of her fat. That is a true story. She took a pistol of some sort, lifted up one of the rolls, tucked said pistol under the roll, walked in. Now, does fat is it not pick up in the, because we all walk through metal detectors.
I heard DA talking about this earlier, and apparently she set off the metal detector 3 times going through. But security could not find anything.
Because they're not going to lift up the folds of her fat. Here, hang on. Get in
there
here.
It is.
Yeah.
So can I fit my phone?
They apparently did not do a thorough enough inspection. And I don't know if she said something like, oh, no, I've got a metal hip or anything. I mean, people do have like metal in their body, and they say, I need a secondary screening. But they did not do a thorough enough search after she set off the metal detector 3 times to discover the gun that was in her possession.
I'm proud to say I can't hide anything in my rolls.
Right.
Not yet. I'm not quite there. I'm not saying I
mean, this
won't.
is like a scene from, I would expect The Simpsons, like Homer Simpson to get up off the couch and the remote.
Yeah, there's a gun or a remote under his belly.
Wedged into his fat rolls.
She brought in a gun in her tucked up under. And did she forget about it? Like, oh, I've totally forgot I brought my gun in my fat roll.
I wouldn't think that you'd ever forget about something like that. But then again, I believe that when the gun went off, she shot herself.
Yeah, and so, another woman
Play
as well.
stupid games, win stupid prizes.
That's right.
In this, why would you bring a gun inside a baseball stadium to begin with?
Right.
And I'll be the first to say there will be no fat shaming of anyone, but I think this is a different sort of story. Not shaming someone for being overweight here.
No, I'm shaming her for tucking a revolver under her rolls.
I sent that to you guys. I go, how is this report not fake? Like, this really happened?
Yeah, I thought it was fake, too, when I saw it this weekend. This didn't feel like it could be a real story. But if it is a real story, it brings up significant security concerns beyond just ballparks, but airplanes, things like that. I mean,
we're going to be nude here pretty soon.
I would hope that the security procedures are stringent enough in certain situations that they would catch this. But I can certainly understand why a part-time rent a stadium security guy at the gate is not going to be that thorough. Because honestly, if they did, they probably subject themselves to lawsuits and very bad publicity. If they took every overweight person and started making them remove clothing before they came into the stadium and dove into fat rolls and, hey, we got to get in there really, really deep before we let you into the game.
You use a drumstick and you can lift it up and just look with your eyes. And I think that's non-invasive, right? You don't want...
It's pretty invasive.
Well, you don't want somebody put their hands... Here, let me get this.
I don't want someone putting a drumstick in any
what if you hit a
crevices
drumstick?
Or anything?
I meant like a chicken drumstick, like a drumstick.
You ate too many drumsticks. That's why you have the rolls.
It's wild, dude. Absolutely wild.
All right, speaking of wild, this can be a little of don't do this and do this. But did you see Bryce Harper?
Fantastic.
Yesterday, after the game, it hit a home run. The Phillies rallied to beat the Los Angeles Angels, the reeling Angels. But in his post-game comments, he said he had a very specific reason he wanted to hit a home run yesterday. And if you are a sports talk radio listener, and especially a sports talk radio host, you're going to love this. Let's start with the Bryce Harper audio here after the game, and then we'll dive in a little deeper. All right,
nice for you
so
guys.
first of all, this has got to be one of the biggest wins ever for both a sports talk radio station and a caller. You have just gotten Bryce Harper to admit that you listen to the station, WIP, by the way, an Odyssey station, and that show is our friend John Marks, who we have on. So he's like going, oh, my God, Bryce Harper's listening to me every day as he drives into the ballpark.
You walk into work today just
pantsless.
But if you're Chuck in Philly,
bro,
you will be insufferable for the rest of your life. Bryce Harper heard me and then hit a home run was talking about me and then hit a home run for me.
What did he say in the call?
It would be like Manny saying after the game, yeah, I heard Kevin and Chula Vista calling into Coach's show, and I felt I needed to hit a home run for Kevin today. That'd be the same thing, essentially. Right?
Yeah, it would.
Do we have Chuck's call, too?
I do.
We have Chuck's call that inspired Bryce Harper. I don't know why it inspired him.
It's phenomenal. I love it.
What a great call.
I mean,
Chuck turned around the season in Philly, apparently.
Kevin would never, or Dave or whatever his name is, would never say something positive, though. That's the thing. So they would have to hit it in spite of his seven.
Right. It'd be like Blake Snell going on the broadcast with Mud and Don. Hey, you had 12 strikeouts last night. He's like, I heard Kevin and Chula Vista saying that I play too much video games.
Right. So I shoved it.
Suck it, you idiot.
Isn't it dangerous, though, to admit it? Because things are going well for the Phillies right now, but at some point they're going to be struggling. They're going to run into a wall. And if you know that Bryce Harper's listening in the 2 o'clock hour, it's going to be the open season. John Marks' 2 o'clock hour is just going to be Bryce Harper, he's just playing terribly right now. Bryce, you're listening right now.
Oh, dude.
I mean, you need to go on the injured list or what's going on? I mean, it's going to be open season in the 2 o'clock hour.
Yeah, he listens. I love that he listens. I mean, it domes you out in this job when you find out people listen. That's one, like, it really freaks you out a little bit when we found out Skip used to listen to us.
Yeah.
I mean, I was domed. I was like, oh, God, crap. But that's awesome. I mean, what a great call. And Bryce Harper he's been great.
Who came up? Robert Ross came up in the last homestand.
Almost soiled myself.
That was wild.
Paulie and I were standing there, and he walked out, and he goes, hey, I'm Rob Ross. Cut us off. Yeah, he goes, I'm Rob Ross. I go, hey, how are you? I remember, he was here. He's the interim manager.
He was.
And I said, nice to meet you. He goes, I love you guys. Listen to you every day. He goes, I'm still local. And I was like, oh, my God. All right. It's weird. You want to do this job and you want to have people listen, but you don't want them to listen. I make a lot of jokes and stuff, and it's all comes from a place of love, but you certainly don't want to say something personal or anything like that. So, but no, that's a great call. What a cool moment for that guy, Chuck. And I promise you, Phillies PR right now, they're finding out who Chuck is, where he lives, where he works, and you will see Bryce and Chuck in a picture before the weekend ends. There is I don't know, are they at home, Philly? Are they at home? Yeah, you'll see them together, arms around each other, before Sunday afternoon. You'd be a moron not to.
And that is don't and do this for a Wednesday.
That was Don't Do This with Ben and Woods on 97.3 The Fan.
Speaking of big-time athletes listening in, 5-time All-Star Adam Jones is a regular on the program. He will join us when we come back with Ben and Woods on San Diego's #1 sports station, 97.3 The Fan. This hour on 97.3 The Fan is brought to you by the San Diego Automotive Museum's new exhibit, A Trip Down the Whiskey Road. It opens August 31st. Explore the origins between moonshine. Maybe that's your new drink of choice.
Dude.
NASCAR
Moonshine.
and heavily modified whiskey running cars that inspired modern muscle cars. Go to sdautomuseum.com or .org for information. Woods was saying that he might need to choose something other than old fashions after last night. It's
the sugar that just kills me the next day, I think.
It's not a ton. I mean, there's a little simple syrup in an old fashioned.
Yeah.
And then whiskey is, there's some sugars in alcohol that are transformed through the fermentation process.
I don't drink a lot, but man, I'd like to be able to have 2 drinks and not feel like I got hit by a truck.
Moonshine is just pure alcohol, no sugar though. It's all converted into alcohol.
Super healthy.
Really no sugar. Just 100% alcohol.
Yeah, just grain alcohol. Perfect.
I wonder what's Adam Jones's drink of choice.
Ooh,
do we know that? Like a
question.
cocktail of choice. We'll ask him after this check of
beer.
I know he likes
cocktail.
beer, but I want to know what his cocktail of choice is. We'll ask him after this check of traffic on 97.3 The Fan.
From the Premier Buick GMC of Carlsbad Traffic Center, part of the Premier Auto family, here's Vicky Pepper.
5 north at the 54 east, a crash blocking the right lanes. Then at Civic Center, a disabled pickup partially blocking the slow lane. You're on your Brixham Orange. I'm Vicky Pepper in for Kelly Danick with Ben and Woods. San Diego's #1 sports station, 97.3 The.
All right, let's go out to our Premier Chevrolet of Carlsbad fan hotline. Welcome the 5-time All-Star who, let's be honest, he can choose whatever kind of cocktail he wants at this point. He's earned it. In retirement, this is the time when he gets to enjoy his life after baseball. Good morning, Adam. How are you?
I'm doing great, man. How are you guys doing?
We're doing
so.
well.
We know you like beer, but like when you're at a steakhouse, we had a steakhouse dinner last night for the crew here. Yeah. What's your cocktail, like your pre-dinner cocktail of choice?
I'm simple. I'll either go just a simple Scotch on the rocks. I like a good Balvenie Scotch. Or I'll go an old fashioned.
Okay.
I like Balvenie.
All right. I had 2 old fashions last night. I feel like I got hit by a car. Maybe that's just me getting old, but I feel like death. And I told the fellas this morning, I need a new drink.
I'm much younger than you, and I had 2 of them as well, and I'm not doing.
No, they're good. They're good, man.
It's the sugar.
It's got to be the sugar. I feel like death this morning. How are you, buddy? Where are you right now?
I'm good. I just got back to Barcelona. Was in New York for a wedding this weekend, so it was upstate New York. It was kind of nice and peaceful. That I'm in the state of New York, but I felt like I was out in the country.
Yeah, he was a nemophilist.
Out in the forest, in the woods. Well, you're getting ready for. You're going to be heading to Italy soon for the Ryder Cup, which is so rad. We have a Ryder Cup correspondent that will be there live on the scene, Adam Jones. Can't wait to get that stuff. I got a listener question this morning, Adam, that I wanted to read to you. We rarely do this, but I thought this was a pretty good one. I got a DM from Friars on the Farm podcast, and they said, I'd love to submit a question to Adam Jones. I said, no problem. Does he think guys like Manny and Xander, in their offseason, prep for next season and look why they had a down season at the plate, or look at videos and analyze mechanics? Or do you think, knowing them and what they've done, will they just stick to the same routine? And I found that interesting, and I wondered, two-parter, is that something you did in the offseason? What do you think? You know Manny a little bit, you know Xander a little bit. What do you think those guys will do after having such tough years at the dish?
Well, as they get older, you realize what you can and can't do, and there's no matter what, age is always gonna win.
Yeah, like so, Drake old-fashioned. That's right.
100%. But when you're younger, you can just go out and be like, okay, look at. A couple of years, I can just off season, I can travel, and then once the season starts, I can get myself in shape. And there's things you don't necessarily need to do because the body recovers a lot quicker. Now, once you hit 30, doesn't matter again who you are. 30 is different. Your body will tell you like, hey, take less, take this. And it's the first year that Manny's over. I think he's just turned 31. It's his first full year being over 30. And I think he's still having a good year. It's a mid, it's not
for him. Yeah.
Yeah, let's be honest with ourselves. He's a close to 300 hitter. He's going to get the power numbers, but the average is down for him, which you'll admit.
Defensively, he's been as good as ever, though, maybe even better.
And because he understands, if I ain't getting no hit, you sure in the hell ain't getting no hit. That's an understanding from when you're a Gold Glover. That's just one of the rules of the game. Is you can't always swing it, but that glove better always be there. And that's one thing I respect about players like him is that a lot of people take that bat into the field. He does not. He it's like an extra incentive to make sure that he becomes Stretch Armstrong. Make sure you don't even get nothing by him. So I really do enjoy that about him. And again, as you get older, you just realize I don't need as many reps. Maybe I need to do this a little less. Maybe I need to do this a little more. But they're learning themselves. And, the game is getting harder. There are a lot of expectations this year on this team. Some guys had some great years. Some guys didn't have the years that they are normally accustomed to. That's part of it. In the offseason, you take yourself and get as far away from the game as possible. And then you come back and start your offseason workouts.
Adam Jones is with us here on Ben and Woods, and we just talked in our last segment. Bryce Harper admitted to listening to local Philly sports talk radio on the drive-in, and a caller named Chuck inspired him to hit a home run in yesterday's game. How much, obviously you're into this, you do a podcast, you come on with us. How much sports talk did you listen to during your career? Was that something that you could actually do, like, in season as you're driving into the ballpark, hear what the fans were saying? Or for me, I feel like it would just get in my head and mess with me too much.
I never listened to it at all, honestly. I didn't really know the radio stations at all in Baltimore. And I'm a part of the social media era, so fans can just tell me, nice at bat, jerk. You can just directly tweet. You can tweet that to me. You don't have to go. You don't have to call in no more and be like, you know what? If you can pass along a message to Adam whenever you see him at the clubhouse, tell him he's a jerk. Nah, you can just tweet that at me now. Nice swing, jerk. You can just. It's very, very easy. Direct access. So, but I didn't listen to anything, and I just had to take the brunt and read those tweets.
It's so good, and you do wonder how much of it gets in there. Like, did you hear what those idiots said about us and me and what I've done? And but this was a positive thing. Chuck was like fired up to talk about Bryce Harper, and Bryce was like, "Hell yeah, man, I did that for Chuck."
Well right
that was so cool.
Everything's good in Philly at the moment.
Now Chuck is 10 feet tall today. He's 50 feet tall today. Walking into the office, being like, "You guys heard that? That's really, really, really cool." Well, yeah, man. I mean, we're I think we got like a 1.9% chance of making the playoffs, Adam. Certainly not the year that anybody expected, you, us, anybody. And, you do wonder what kind of myriad of changes there will be in the offseason. And I don't know. I don't even know where you start. If it's you, where do you start with this team in the offseason?
Well, you just have to go and let, everybody just get away from the game. But then, before that, the fat lady ain't sung yet. You know what I mean? She's back there drinking her tea, but she ain't got on stage yet, okay?
She's pretty warm. I think the vocal cords, it's pretty.
She's warm.
She's walking on stage.
She's putting on her heels, okay? She's putting on her heels. But no, you get away from the game, and obviously you have to analyze, 3 days after the World Series. You see who your free agents are. I mean, obviously you know who your free agents are. But then you go into the business part of it. You go into analyzing and see for next year what can make your team better. Obviously Snell and Hader are the two biggest free agents on the docket. But at the same time, these are two guys that I believe love playing in San Diego, but at the same time are going to get multiple offers from a lot of different teams. Snell is going to be a very coveted starter, and Hader is one of the best closers in the game over the last 5 years. He's definitely going to be wanted, and the East Coast is going to want him because he's lights out. And you just go to the drawing board and you see who's free agents, who fits your team the best. And go talk to your superstars. You got 3 guys for 10 more years. You might want to sit them down, have some arroz con pollo, and discuss, hey, what can we do to improve this team? What can we do to improve, everything? That's why you have guys like that. You don't give guys $300 million and just be like, you don't be like Jerry Jones and just go sign a damn quarterback when you paying one quarterback $50 million this year. You don't do that. You discuss it with your big boys. And, with Musgrove, he's again, another guy that you just go and say, hey, what players you think fit this mold best? And fit us, fit our creed, fit this division.
Well,
and then you go from there.
Honestly, man, I think the first part of that, you said something that kind of made me perk up. I think the first thing you have to figure out is, who are we? What are we? Are we a team that falls off the cliff? I mean, I read some numbers the other day in clutch situations, Adam. I mean, they would stagger you how bad that the so-called Big Four have been this year. It just hasn't clicked for really any of those guys, and especially in crunch time. We know the record in extra inning games. They have not won a game yet. I think the first part of that is find out, well, who are we? What is our identity? And I know that's hard to do. How do you figure out who you are? Because right now their identity's not good. It's the identity of a team that crumbles, falls off a cliff, once in a century collapses, now, 2, potentially 3. But like, how do you figure out who your identity and what your identity is?
Well, you go and talk to your superstars, your key figureheads, and say, look, what identity do you guys want to have? This year you got back Tatis, you bring in Bogart. And again, you got three big superstars, 3 big personalities, and no matter what, you can say, even with the Latin connection, they're just supposed to mix. They ain't supposed to do anything. It's the sport is still hard, and people still want to do their own things. But you go to these 3 guys, and again, Musgrove, sorry for forgetting him, and you say, look, what's our identity? What do we want to be? Because we know the identity of the team 120 miles north. We're learning they're creating an identity for Arizona. They're creating one.
Yep.
Obviously, San Francisco has one. They just steel millers. They're like an East Coast Pittsburgh old school team. Colorado, we know their fans is crazy as hell. They sure as hell ain't got no.
We know that.
No,
that's
identity.
their identity.
But what identity is the Padres? And you go to your big guys and say, what identity do we want to be here? And if you want that winning identity, then in the free agency you go out and get guys that have that winning pedigree. And again, they've shown that they have the flexibility with spending money. Money's coming off the books, and money's not an issue. So go get guys and ask your big guys, what's the identity you want, and ask them for some input, because that's how it works. You just can't just depend on your GM and your scouts to be like, oh, this guy would fit our team based on what? You're gonna have to get somebody like knows the players and be like, nah, that guy's a jerk. I don't really like him. He's a bad clubhouse guy. Would you go see this other guy who might be a fantastic clubhouse guy and who won't damage the integrity of your team? So you just got to go to the guys and be like, look, who do you guys want? But and also know can fit in this city, can fit on this organization, and that's the question you just go ask the big guys. It's not hard. Everybody has their number. You go to him in the offseason, and what I love about the owners, he is not afraid to talk to his guys. Just sit him down, take him to a nice steakhouse, George's or something like that, and talk to him. Say, hey, what can we do for next year?
Sit down over a Belvani
stage and start singing.
Yeah, sit down over an old fashioned or 2.
In fact, it's already the afternoon in Barcelona, so pour one if you want. You're off the hook for today, Adam. We appreciate it as always, and talk to you next week.
Gentlemen, I appreciate you.
Appreciate you, buddy.
Adam Jones on our Premier Chevrolet of Carlsbad fan hotline. Save money the right way with Premier Chevrolet of Carlsbad. Visit them today in the Carlsbad Auto Mall. Chevrolet, find new roads.
I want to talk more about that.
Yeah,
I do, because I feel like they've done that, and I wonder.
I was just
going to say the same thing.
He said a winning pedigree. I'm like, well, Xander
Bogaerts
sure had a winning pedigree.
Nelson Cruz, Matt Carpenter. I mean, you tried to bring in glue guys. You tried to bring in winners. Got worse.
But it's not like the guys you already have are a bunch of bad guys who are like stubborn and this Manny's just never going to be a winner. I mean, a lot of people would look at Manny and go, he's got everything you'd want in terms of work ethic and experience that you'd want. I mean, Fernando Tatis Jr.'s obviously got the energy to be a catalyst for a great team. I mean, you look at the individual players on the Padres, and the whole is less than the sum of its parts. You're always looking to create a whole that's greater than the sum of its parts. Somehow the Padres have created a whole like, all right, 5 + 5 + 5 + 5 is, how are we only getting to 7?
7, right.
On all these,
we
added up all these great pieces, and the total product is, next to nothing here. How does that work? And how these other teams go, all right, 1 + 1 + 1 is 28.
Right, yeah.
And here we are.
Here we are.
What's the magic? that the Padres have been unable to
Yeah,
find.
hey, I'm not disagreeing with Adam Jones. He knows a hell of a lot more than
Yeah.
I do, but I feel like AJ Preller's done that, and it still hasn't worked.
Which then goes back to, is it on AJ? Is
Right.
it on the players?
Right.
Is it on the coach? Back to the same questions. We'll come back. Big news for our boss, Adam. Next on 97.3 The Fan.
Poor guy. All right, we are halfway home, mercifully, on this Wednesday. Ben and Woods, 97.3 The Fan. All a little worse for wear after our dinner last night to celebrate the 3-year extension. A great, great night was had by all.
I was about to say, we are exactly halfway through our work week. 10
favorite-
hours
favorite
down,
bit.
10 hours to go. But I realized
But
that's not true. We have not mentioned this to the Tier 1s yet. We are going bonus Ben and Woods today.
What a day to do it.
We're doing a 4-hour and
extra innings.
10-minute show today, leading you straight into the Padres pregame show at 10:15 with Sammy Levitt this morning before the series finale in St. Louis at 11:15. So we'll go to about 10:10, and then we'll break, and then Sammy will come on at 10:15. So we're technically still another 2.5 minutes away from the midway point of our week.
Of the week.
It's extra innings for Ben and Woods, but luckily we'll follow in
Let's
line,
win this
and
one.
it's going to be a short.
We've
it's gonna be
been
a short extra innings.
We may be a worse extra innings team than the San Diego Padres, and that's saying a lot.
We don't do it that often, but yeah, you go
when
beyond
we
10
do
o'clock.
It, I don't.
Wait till we get to about 9:30.
I don't know what happens, but that extra time hits, and we sit here like
we forget how to do radio.
Yeah, and hey, maybe we plan something, maybe not. I don't know. We're a big fly by the seat of our pants, guys. It's worked out well for us. That being said, when the extra, I get it. I now understand what the Padres go through because we hit extra innings, and it's the worst radio you've ever heard. It's like college radio kids are like, you guys are really bad. I can't believe they pay you to do this gig. But hey, we got to do a shout out right now to our boss Adam. He
shout out to his family. No. He's not.
Shout out to
we haven't lost
something
him.
else.
Shout out to no, he's not dead.
Shout out to his future children.
Shout out to his future children. He is he's going under the Snip today, and he said, "I'm getting Snip tomorrow." I go, "You are?" He goes, "Yeah." And he goes, "You can use it if you want." I go, "Of course I'm going to use it.
Damn right we
Any
will.
chance to talk about your male anatomy, I'm going to take, Adam." So he's in there. I think he's there right now.
Yeah.
I mean, that dude has 3 kids. He has a newborn, only a few months old. He's in the chamber, man. I mean, that is like as chamberific as you can get. I've been around his kids. They're hyper kids, as all kids are. My kids are hyper as hell. And today, I think, his wife was like, "All right, pal, enough's enough." And so he's under the knife this morning getting the snip. So
we practically had to. He was begging us to go out last night, like, "Hey, let's hit the bar.
let's
rage.
rage.
Let's
Yeah,
go."
It was
I
like
don't wanna go home.
his last night.
Yeah.
Sometimes when you go to a doctor or dentist and you're for a procedure, they'll give you maybe some headphones or you can listen to your ear pods to, just be relaxed and not listen to the sound. Sometimes the sounds of the medical office can be a little unnerving, like a drill at a dentist's office or so maybe some of the equipment in the medical office. So they'll put headphones on you. I wonder is Adam listening to us right now on the table?
And the doctor is gently unzipping his pants, pulling his pants down.
Well, he's probably put on
the gown.
The gown.
Have you been snipped?
Yes.
You did?
Oh, yeah.
When did you do that?
Oh, it was probably 10, 15 years ago. It was a long time.
How did you feel after? Did you feel...
It was it was
mental?
not that bad.
Okay, well, the physical part I heard is pretty easy.
Yeah.
These days.
A little soreness on the recovery for a day or two.
On the Frank or the beans? The beans.
Yeah.
The beans.
Yeah.
Right?
You've done it, right?
No.
Oh, you haven't done it?
No, absolutely not.
No.
I'm terrified. I don't want anybody down sniffing around down there.
What do you mean? You go to West Coast Men's Health.
That's fair. That's fair. It's true. With a knife.
Yeah, there was. I mean, you don't really get to see it. Your head's way at the top, and everything else is down at the bottom, and you're laying down. So, if you got a good, I mean, there's anesthesia. You'll get a little anesthesia, and then hopefully you don't know anything else that's happening
And you
after
just
that. You don't
wake up,
want to
you're,
know anything else.
"Oh."
No, you're not. It's not general. It's local.
Oh,
You're
numb.
You're just kind of ignoring everything that's happening below the waist while you're up here, hopefully kind of just oblivious to the rest of the world. That's why I said headphones, something to distract you a little bit.
Is it weird that I've always felt that men who get vasectomies, it's kind of a flex? Because you're like, I have so much sex that I had to get snipped, or we'll have 14 kids running around the house. I think it's like a flex for them. Like, Yeah, wife asked me to do this because she's insatiable. She can't get enough.
Can't keep
And
her off me,
we can't keep having kids, obviously. So I'll do it. I mean,
we're
it's
just
a
spending
flex.
so much in prophylactics.
Yeah, it's a
just,
flex.
It,
Well,
it doesn't make financial sense anymore.
All right, it is 6 o'clock in the morning.
I think it's a flex. So shout out to Adam.
He's driving, right? He's on his way.
And he's on his way.
He just
Okay.
texted,
All right,
yeah.
he's on his way. Don't be nervous. Just relax a little bit. And, then the other part is the post thing. You have to you're you lay around with the bag of peas on your boys and you got to chill for a couple of days. He really picked a bad time to do it. You want to center it around like the Masters or the March Madness where you can, hey, I'm sorry, I can't help you.
Even like a weekend in October, you got playoff baseball, college football, NFL Sunday.
Best. The best.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
smarter than
Got
that.
a couple of stories in the chat here.
Yeah.
WK says a former boss of mine got snipped. Next day, he played in a golf tournament with me. He was gingerly walking to his ball all day. And then JWW says, I got snipped at the Spec War Clinic in Coronado. Special warfare, I don't know how you say that in military jargon. The doctor left the door wide open during the entire procedure. It's like I was there for an ear infection or something.
You guys remember what happened to me after I got my colonoscopy, and all the nurses were standing around. Remember, my pal was wide awake, and I'm lying there, coming out of anesthesia, and I'm going, not now, no, not now, please, not now. I'm begging you, not at this moment.
You're unconscious. You can't help yourself.
I was conscious. I was out of surgery and laying there in the bed in recovery. And I was like, oh, whoa. No. And please not now. Please not now. And it happened. It's embarrassing. But they've seen it all. The medical professionals out there, they've seen it all. There's nothing that you could do in there. They've seen people throw up. They've seen people do way worse stuff. They've seen it all. So, Adam, shout out to you, my friend, this morning, and congrats on all the lovemaking with your wife. That's fantastic.
And shout out to all your future family that will no longer exist.
Shout out to his family.
Shout out to his family. So that's our boss, Adam, and he is en route right now to the clinic. Do you drive yourself?
I think I did.
Yeah.
I can't remember.
It's
No, I think someone needs to pick you up, I think.
It was pretty embarrassing. Every man our age man should
You're going to need to buy some frozen peas.
Yeah, to stick on your boys. But it was kind of embarrassing having my wife take me to my colonoscopy. It's not sexy. It's not what she
didn't hold your hand or
but it's like,
anything.
it's just you walk out and you're like, hey, what's up? Let's go to Jersey Mike's. And she's like, I know what just happened to you. I know what you just went through. It's not sexy at all. It's not. Right?
Now,
but I highly recommend it.
Has
Everyone should do it.
anyone, I wonder how many tier ones out there have had to do the reversal procedure, which I've been told is quite a bit more involved than the vasectomy to begin with. That's just a little snip and tie off both ends and you're done. But the reversal, like, okay, we've changed our mind and now I got to reconnect the pipes. That can be more of so you want to be very sure, but there is a way to undo it if for some reason you changed your mind in a year or two.
Matt says his stepson, 4 years old, kicked him right in the boys the day after he got snapped.
Oh.
I just go to a hotel. I'll be like, I'm checking into a hotel for the weekend, and I'll text you when I get out. That is nuts. I can't even read that one. That one's that's a little bit. I can't do that. The reversal. If I do it, we're going all in.
Jocelyn said, my dad had his reversed to try and have a boy, and we welcomed my little sister a year later. Yeah.
He's like, son of a... All right, Adam, we love you. Thanks for last night again. A great, great night for the Ben and Woods crew, celebrating another 3 years. A delicious, delicious meal, and just fun to celebrate. It is fun to be wanted somewhere. It does feel good. Ben really gave a lovely toast. It was very, very lovely and heartfelt. I gave a toast almost...
A little bit out of character.
It was,
me.
yeah.
For you give all kinds of lovely, heartfelt sentiments
But I
all
almost
the time.
cried again. I'm really turning into very sensitive.
You were like, Woods was like nearing tears twice before appetizers were even
It's
down.
wild. It's since somebody said when you have little kids, you just become softer. And I'm the worst. I was laying in bed last night, I had a little buzz, and I'm going through pictures of my kids. I made a reel, posted it. I'm just laying in bed, teary-eyed. I don't know what's happened to me. But I'm very soft now, which a lot of you know. It's fine. But it was a beautiful, heartfelt. You want to relive it? You could if you wanted to. I thought it was great.
You didn't really say anything to me or Woods.
Right.
I didn't.
You said, yeah, you guys know how.
He goes, you guys are family. But to you three, you're a little bit of a kiss ass, I think.
There was a little bit of that. Yeah, I felt like those people needed their moments.
They did,
and I wanted to give them the moment because it was genuine.
It was,
and basically what I said to both of our bosses and our agent is thanking them for being the first people ever in my professional career that believed in me and us, obviously,
sure.
but believed that you could do something special in this industry. And I've been in radio and television for a long time, and you're probably thinking, well, you must have had a lot of people who believed in you. I have people who certainly trusted me to, you'll do a good job.
You're very trustworthy.
But you almost felt like they were stuck with you.
But no, I never felt like anyone wanted to invest in me or felt like I'm going to risk my reputation, and we're going to attach our wagon to their horse.
Star.
Like we think that these are the guys that can really take our station to the next level. I've always been like, oh, he's a great guy to have on your team. He's he's dependable,
sure.
He's reliable. Wouldn't want to get rid of him for the world. And I've been in a lot of places that have loved having me. But someone else was always the star that they were bringing in another guy and another guy who was going to be, here's the guy who's really going to turn things around. And I watch so many stations that didn't turn things around, that usually went the wrong direction as they brought in other people and gave them shots in different time slots. And I'm here. I'm ready. I've been preparing for this opportunity for my entire life.
Yeah.
And then finally, we have Adam who really wanted us to be here.
Yeah.
Felt
great, man.
Not just like, hey, what's the best option available right now? I guess we can try these guys. No, legitimately wanted us here
was gonna fist fight
as the
people
morning
for
show.
it, yeah.
And it was amazing. It's been a life changer for me and Michael, our big boss, to sign us and keep us here and make us, a showpiece, a centerpiece of not just this station, but the building. It feels like it's amazing. And even Brad I've never had an agent before. No one ever seemed that interested. You kid, I like you, kid, but what are you going to do for me? And Brad was like, no, we're going to do this. And
I'm scared now.
He said some nice things as well. So
I'm scared now though, because Ben is that dude's camera ready now. He could be leaving us for greener pastures. Very soon.
Oh, he's gonna replace Dan Patrick.
Yeah, right. Seriously, he's gonna be the next.
I'm not leaving you guys.
The Sports Center anchor.
I can work more jobs if I need to.
Man, well, it was beautiful. It really was a beautiful toast, and it was a beautiful night. It was not such a beautiful night on the old baseball diamond, but I think we're kind of used to that. I kind of coped with it. Was mad for a second, and then realized, well, at the end of the day, it's another L. Another weird game to break down, another disappointing performance by the offense, and it just lets the questions just start flowing, though, in my brain, and I just don't know. I don't know where to start.
There's part of me that believes that there's only so many bad losses that you can absorb.
Sure.
And let's get rid of all of them this year.
Every single one of them.
And the logical part of my head knows, no, there's no guarantee that the luck will turn for the Padres just because they got so many bad losses this year that next year is going to be filled with nothing but walk-off wins and dramatic victories and come from behind wins. It doesn't work that way, but I still feel like let's just get them all out of the system now. Let's get as many rough losses as we can out of our system this year when it no longer matters, really. And save all the good wins for next year. I don't want a bunch of dramatic wins at the end of this year.
No,
just going to make me feel worse,
either,
I think.
Man. I do not. I don't. It's going to hurt us. I think it's going to. And I hate to root for my favorite team to lose games, but maybe it's just that I don't feel so bad when they do, because at the end of the day, it's just going to make it. It's just going to make it easier to do what you want to do.
I called it an absurd baseball nightmare last night on Channel 10.
That's what
we're all living through this year. It's an absurd baseball nightmare this year.
Yeah, agreed.
All right, we'll take a timeout. We've been giving away all week in our 9 o'clock hour, but let's move it up for some earlier listeners today. Fernando Tatis Jr. bobblehead Brought one home yesterday. It was a big hit last night
same.
that we got one. So you can win yours coming up in our next segment. So stay tuned for your opportunity to call in and win a Fernando Tatis Jr. bobblehead. Ryan Phillips from the Big Lead, our friend, going to join us at the bottom of the hour. More Ben and Woods coming up here on San Diego's #1 sports station, 97.3 The Fan. This hour of Meadow Woods brought to you by Smart and Final. This Labor Day, stock up and save. Shop Smart and Final. Get low prices on everything you need to throw the ultimate Labor Day cookout. Maybe like marshmallows.
Yes, today is Toasted Marshmallow Day. I'm a
National
fan.
Toasted Marshmallow Day.
I'm a fan of marshmallows. Not toasted ones, though. I just like to eat them by
just
the handful.
Straight out of the
100%.
soft, pillowy.
I like the big ones. I like the little ones. I don't care.
I like the big ones.
Save that.
Now, little ones are good in like hot cocoa.
Sure.
Like
But I can get a handful of those.
A handful of those. Well, they're messy then. They fall all over the place.
That's true. I've got pretty good control with mine.
See, now I don't like when you're toasting a marshmallow.
They're not like
No, they don't make a
sticky.
mess.
You just pick them up, yeah.
and eat them.
That's a good point. 5-second rule. That's fine.
100%.
Let's see. Get it all in one trip. That's it at Smart and Final. Now, what about s'mores?
Not a fan.
I'm not either.
Not a fan.
I like a toasted marshmallow, but not when you stick it into the flame and it starts burning and it gets all blackened on the outside.
Yeah.
I like it. You have to be very patient and let it get just a little brown. Turn it.
The chocolate never really melts.
No.
On the s'more. And it's kind of an overrated bit, I think.
Now, a graham cracker crust, like on a cheesecake.
Delicious.
With like butter and smash it all in there.
Delicious.
It's fine. Just a graham cracker? Eh.
I like the cinnamon-covered graham crackers. Delicious.
Oh, yeah.
We have those at the house sometimes for the kids, and then I eat them all. That's how it goes. Eat a lot of snacks at my house. A lot of snacking. This team has made me snack incessantly. I'm a nervous eater, and when I start watching these games and the kids go to bed and I'm watching the game and we're up one or down one, I go to the kitchen, I get the peanut butter out of the saltines, and I'm like snacking. I'm not hungry.
Well, peanut butter and graham crackers, another bad combination.
I don't do that. I do the saltines.
Okay.
Yeah, and just crush that, like 10 of those. As I watch the Padres inevitably let me down. Somebody tweeted earlier, man, hate to see that momentum after a one-game winning streak fall apart. Hey, it has just been, it's been so gnarly watching this team on a day-to-day basis.
Had the Padres won last night,
Yeah.
and they were up 5-3, 4 outs to go.
Yep.
They would have pulled another half game closer. They would have been 6.5 out. I'm not saying that it would have been time to start,
planting the parade routes,
getting the hopes back up again, but it would have been just a hair closer yesterday because the Diamondbacks got crushed by the Dodgers 9-1. The Giants, did you see the Giants game at the end? You probably fell asleep. Alex Cobb took a Cobb, right? Not Webb. Cobb.
Cobb
Cobb took a no-hitter into the ninth inning. Two outs in the ninth inning. 1 out away, and Spencer Steer hit a line drive to right field. I don't know whether Luis Matos took a bad route or it was simply uncatchable, but outstretched glove, maybe 6 inches, a foot away from making the no-hit ending catch. Instead, it was the only hit of the game, a double. Giants still won, though, 6-1, and they took over back again, the third wild card spot. The Giants will be in town tomorrow for a 4-game series against the San Diego Padres. Incredibly important series in the National League. Maybe not for your San Diego Padres, but certainly for the San Francisco Giants, who are coming in, and every game is critical for them right now.
We are now into spoiler mode.
Yes.
A little bit, and I don't know. I mean, if you can't fight hard for a playoff berth, I don't really care if you fight hard to spoil other people's plans. As much as I don't like the Giants, Ben, I don't. What does it do anything for you guys as fans? Oh, well, maybe a little. No, we screwed up their plans. Maybe there's something there.
It does if you were never expected to be anything.
If you were never
if you're the Washington Nationals right now
and you're spoiling
you're
people.
playing well, and
Good
you're like,
call.
hey, let's keep spoiling other. Hey, we played ourselves out of it early, but let's keep spoiling other people's parties.
That's kind of fun.
We keep getting better and maybe building some momentum for next season, if that's even a thing that exists. But when you're a Padres team who was supposed to 90% to get to the playoffs at the beginning of the year, spoiling other people's playoff runs at the end is actually pretty depressing.
It kind of is. You're like, you guys were on the.
I couldn't care less.
Now, it doesn't mean they shouldn't just roll over.
Right.
I mean, there's integrity in the games that requires them
the only
to give their
team
best
you feel
effort.
good about spoiling anything. Well, they're like 40 games ahead of you.
Right.
So
Yeah,
not spoiling anything.
I don't know that it does anything for me. It's kind of fun to wreck their plans, but I mean, our plans have been wrecked seemingly for so long, and I would hate to think.
It's not like you can brag about it.
I would hate to think at one point. What's the closest we've been to a wild card spot? Was it 2.5, 3.5?
2.5. 2.5. I think in the last month, at least in the last month or so.
So I would hate to think you were 2.5 games away, and you didn't die to win those games. But now these you're going to fight tooth and nail to ruin somebody else's plans. It's just it's the weird thing about being a fan, man. I mean, I was pissed at the loss, but I was also like, well, I mean, at this point,
I actually kind of expected last night's game to be a win simply because you feel like the Padres have been pressing so hard, and then finally it looks like it's out of their control. This is when I feel like they were going to win a couple of games in a row and go, you waited until now?
Yeah.
Really? This is when it's happening? Like, you take some of the pressure off, and now you're going to start playing some good baseball? So I'm almost surprised that they ended up losing that game. I was thinking, I know they're going to sweep this team.
Yeah, of course.
It's going to frustrate me even more. It was almost a relief that they continued to lose.
Yeah.
Like, it wasn't my imagination what I saw all year long. This is who they have been. This is who they are.
Yep.
This season.
Yeah, we've seen enough to know that's exactly what the San Diego Padres of 2023 are.
At this point, it's like, are they going to win 4 in a row? I don't think so. Are they going to win an extra inning game? I don't know. They may not have any more
I want the
opportunities.
record now. The record would be you'd have to get to 13.
2 more.
Yeah, you need 2 more. Give me the record because I want that taste. That taste needs to linger in the players' mouths, in my opinion. It does. They need to. You have to go home to the offseason and go, that cannot happen again, even though
I don't know whether or not they get the extra inning record.
No,
they're going to
You
go
know
down. They're going to go into the offseason as maybe the most disappointing team, certainly in franchise history.
Yeah,
maybe in MLB history.
Could potentially
with the payroll, with those players, with the expectations that were set upon them after the previous year.
Yep.
I mean,
it's a disaster of epic proportions.
The NL wildcard race still looks like it's going to be very interesting all the way to the end. The AL West race, though, is now a 3-way tie atop the standings after the Mariners finally lost yesterday to the A's 3-1.
Brutal.
They didn't have Julio Rodriguez. He was scratched due to a pinched nerve, so that hurt them. And then the Rangers and Astros both won. So I think it's percentage points difference, but essentially it's a 3-way tie right now for that division lead going into the last month. That's going to be spicy. Seeing maybe if some of those teams try to add Angels players that were just released yesterday as well, that could affect a playoff chase in that same division is fascinating.
Yeah, it's going to be. I mean, look, we're all baseball fans, right? I mean, we love baseball. We love to see fun, exciting games. We're just not going to be a part of them this year, but it's still going to be a really, really fun thing to watch and cover. Certainly, I love playoff baseball, man. No pressure for us.
We're going to have our friend Ryan Phillips from the Big Lead. He had a sharp, critical piece on the Padres that came out this week, but I thought it was fair-minded.
Me too.
It wasn't simply a hatchet job. It laid out some interesting arguments. It's something that I would think if you're in the Padres organization that you can't just dismiss it. Oh, it's just another internet ranter about our team that knows nothing. No, Ryan knows. He knows more than your average your internet bear out there. And I think his opinions are worthy of discussion. We will invite him onto the program.
If anything, he's going to start another witch hunt.
Invite him onto the program and discuss a bit of his piece and some of his observations on the Padres. We'll do that coming up next with Ben and Woods. And we got bobbleheads to give away. Thank you for reminding me, Paul. Right now, call 833-288-0973. Be the 5th caller, and you can win a Fernando Tatis Jr. bobblehead. We're going to be giving them away at the Padres game on Tuesday against the Philadelphia Phillies. That is September 5th. First 40,000 fans in attendance. Tickets are available at Padres.com/tickets, but you can win your Tatis bobblehead right now. 833-288-0973. Let it ring. Paul, you'll get to the calls during the break at some point here, and we'll have our winner when we come back on San Diego's #1 sports station, 97.3 The Fan. This hour on 97.3 The Fan is brought to you by Cars.com. Whether you're looking for the perfect summer road trip car or something you can zip around in, visit Cars.com today. They have over 2 million cars for your 2 million summer possibilities. Head to Cars.com, check out the possibilities. Cars.com, where to next? Who just won that Fernando Tatis Jr. bobblehead, Paul?
Josh.
Congratulations, Josh. Been giving them away all week long here on 97.3 The Fan. You can get yours at Tuesday's game against the Phillies next week, Padres.com/tickets. And speaking of giveaways, next hour, we have another 4-pack of tickets to see comedian Bert Kreischer coming to Pechanga Arena to give away. Those have been a hot item as well this week, so stay tuned for your chance to win. We're going to talk to our friend Ryan Phillips, though, from thebiglead.com. He is coming up after a check of traffic here on 97.3 The Fan.
From the premier Buick GMC of Carlsbad Traffic Center, part of the Premier Auto family, here's Vicki Pepper.
This report brought to you by Hamul Casino. In Carlsbad, 5 south at Tamarack, a crash by the lagoon blocking the 2 right lanes are at a standstill from the 78. On Saturday, September 2nd, go big with San Diego's biggest barbecue at Hamul Casino. Free cheeseburgers and hot dogs between noon and 4 p.m., live entertainment, and $25,000 in hot seat drawings between 2 and 6 p.m. Hamul Casino, fun above all else. I'm Vicki Pepper, in for Kelly Danick with Ben & Woods, San Diego's #1 sports station, 97.3 The Fan.
So if you go to thebiglead.com right now, you'll see the biggest center article picture right there is the headline with a picture of Fernando Tatis Jr. It says, the San Diego Padres need to change. The author is Ryan Phillips, longtime friend of the program. And Ryan joins us right now on our premier Chevrolet of Carlsbad fan hotline. Ryan, good morning.
Morning, guys. There's
buddy.
nothing I like more than starting my day off with a little vasectomy talk. So thank you for that.
Good. You're very welcome. You're very
If anyone
welcome.
ever wonders why you guys are #1, there you go.
So we're the flagship station, and I think your piece on the San Diego Padres was very fair. While it's critical, and the headline says the Padres need to change, you paint a very mixed picture of the organization from the things that you've heard, which are similar to some of the things we've heard over the last month. But I want to be clear from the beginning. Padres do some things very well, and it's not them saying it. It's people outside of the organization who look at the Padres and go, hey, they do some things well. What were some of the things that you kind of observed that people think the Padres do actually do well?
Yeah, and just to sort of give a little background, over the last few weeks, I've been watching this team and just wondering, and we all have, of this roster construction, just how are they not better? And so I started asking people about them, and I think everybody was quick to really praise the Padres' ability to identify players and then get the players they want. And whether it's free agency, whether it's trades, whether it's scouting and drafting, and they were certainly had high praise for the Padres scouting department and their ability to just repeatedly replenish the farm system. And so I think it's almost like the people I was having conversations with were shocked that they can't translate that success to other parts of the franchise. And they were absolutely to some degrees in awe of their ability to identify and land players, and at the same time kind of puzzled as to how it doesn't actually work out consistently.
Sure. And Ryan, I mean, absolutely identifying players with talent and raw ability, and then only to move those players kind of down the road for bigger pieces, which again, yeah, man, you're going to swing and miss as a GM. AJ's taking a ton of swings. So the misses are magnified. Takes a lot more swings than anybody else. The part of your piece that I was really fascinated by, and I have heard this as well, it says over and over, voices lamented the Padres not investing enough into helping the Major League roster succeed. The term archaic was thrown around when it comes down to how San Diego is preparing players on a day-in, day-out basis. Analytics, advanced scouting, player development were mentioned as areas the Padres aren't placing enough resources. That, to me, I don't want to say anything in baseball is an easy fix. There are no easy fixes. That is one that I feel like you can invest in a lot for no other reason than just to cover your own rear end. At that point, then, A.J. Preller's off the hook. You say, yeah, it's on the players at this point. I mean, look, we have all these resources and all this ability. They're just not performing. They're not responding to it. Seemingly works in a lot of other ballparks except ours, Ryan.
Yeah, and there is a quote in there, and it just it's one of those when you get a quote and you're like, oh, that's a good one. And it was the scout told me, if you're not giving a guy like Juan Soto the tools he needs to be Juan Soto, then you're not getting Juan Soto.
Right.
You're getting a different player, and players need things. It's not all based on raw ability. They need the information. They need to understand who they're facing. They need to understand what happens in certain counts with certain players, and they have to have that information. And it would be like, an NFL team not watching film and just going out and saying, we're more talented than the other team, so let's just play.
Sure.
And it just seems like, they certainly do that, but not to the degree that other organizations do. And you're not. And the other thing I'll say about this, and it's a vibe I got talking to people, it's not just about investing in those things. It's about actually using them and taking advantage of them.
And understanding them. Yeah.
And it feels like that is de-emphasized, and the Padres are more of a franchise that just thinks you can out-talent people. And when you look at AJ Preller's background as an old school scout who relies a lot on what he sees and, a feel and a vibe, and he is incredibly good at relying on his instincts when it comes to finding players, it doesn't feel like that other aspect of the game where baseball has changed in the last 20, 30 years is emphasized with the Padres as much.
Talking to Ryan Phillips from thebiglead.com about the San Diego Padres. I'm curious what the comments and some of the feedback that you've received, Ryan, because there's definitely a segment of Padres fans, part of our audience as well, that just firmly believes that the Padres must be too analytical. It's the nerds that are tanking this franchise. They need to go back to the old school and the fundamental ways. And that is, as you just said, that's not what people around baseball are saying. They're saying the exact opposite. And I think it surprises a lot of people and a lot of fans out there that the Padres aren't. They look at AJ Preller and they think, ooh, big nerd. He's not an old school baseball guy. He is. He's very old school baseball guy compared to a lot of his at least contemporary colleagues.
Yeah, and and this is a thing, and somebody commented to me like, he's an idiot. And I'm like, no, he's not. He's a very smart guy, and he's very good at what he's good at. But the problem is sometimes when you are so good at something, you ignore other things that could help you, especially when you're not used to investing your time and energy into those things. And I'll say, we've all read Moneyball and seen that. The A's almost got too analytical for a long time where we're ignoring talent, whereas it's got to be a balance. And the teams that have proven that they can win consistently do both. And they use all the tools. They go get the talent, and they use all the tools once they have that talent to develop that talent and improve that talent and make things better. And I will say, one of my sources was very quick to say, hey, you know what? They changed the pitching side a few years ago. They added some guys who have really helped change the pitching development. And then he quickly said, what are they doing with the offense? Like what's going on here? How do you not see that this is a problem? And guys, we all sat at home and watched the 2020 season, and it was one of the most exciting Padres seasons ever. Unfortunately, there was nobody in the stands. And that offense was unbelievable, and it was so fun, and they were crushing home runs and grand slams and all that. Since then, they have had a middle-tier offense with better players. And if that happens one year, you say, well, you chalk it up to bad luck. If it happens 3 years in a row with all-star level talent, you have to start questioning what you're doing. And you have to start looking at how you're approaching things and make dramatic changes, not fringe changes. Because for 3 years, they have had a middle-of-the-road offense with the talent to win a World Series. And so you have to – it can't all be players coming here and just not playing well. There's got to be something systemic, and they have to examine that.
Yeah, it's got to be one of the hardest things to do. Talking to our pal Ryan Phillips from the Big Lead here on Ben and Woods this morning. And Ryan just wrote a great piece. Check it out, biglead.com. Yeah, and you said you'd heard from many people that say that that AJ Preller will be back next year. I have the same gut feeling. I haven't heard it from any sources that I have, but just kind of reading between the lines of things that Peter said at spring training and what he said in Cincinnati, I feel like Do you feel like everybody's going to get a chance to run it back, Ryan, or do you feel like Bob Melvin's probably going to end up falling on the sword and AJ will be allowed to hire his fourth manager in about 9 years?
The people I talked to, the reaction to the potential of Bob Melvin being fired was kind of like, well, who are they going to get that's better? That's one of the best managers. And Bob Melvin, if he wants it, would have a job the next day. And so I don't know if he's going to go, because genuinely, you let a GM hire his fourth manager and has had very little success with no matter who he's put out there. But I will say, people were just basically shaking their head at, Bob Melvin's the problem. That's not, but he may end up being what goes. And if Bob goes, I mean, you have to look at the entire coaching staff. I mean, is it going to change if you just hire somebody internally or bring in somebody to oversee them? I think there are aspects of this coaching staff that have been very successful, and there are aspects that have not. As far as everybody in the front office, look, I mean, there are some people with the Padres who've been there who predate AJ Preller.
Sure.
And have been there forever through a lot of bad seasons, and they're still there. And this franchise tends to sort of be insular and hire from the inside, or AJ Preller hires from his circle, as opposed to going out and getting opposing voices. I think if you're smart after this huge a disappointment, you have to go get some outside voices to come in and give an honest assessment of what you're doing, because nobody thinks they're doing everything wrong. Like, nobody does. And you might think we need to make a fringe change here or there, but there needs to be some significant changes. And so I don't know what will happen. Nobody I talked to within the organization thinks AJ is gone. Peter Seidler's kind of hooked his wagon there and trusts AJ, and probably trust him to be willing to make some changes. But I don't think there's any way he's gone for next year. I think he at least gets next year to turn it around.
Well, one of the biggest criticisms of AJ that you wrote about, and we've heard it too, and I'm sure fans just instinctively feel this, is the criticism that we all want to hear. If you're going to criticize something for someone, he just works too hard. The guy just works too hard. But
I say that about myself all the time.
What are your weaknesses? I just work too hard. I care too much.
It almost sounds like a joke. But in the case of AJ, there are baseball people who truly do think that it is one of his major failings that he can't sometimes step back and just let other people do things and delegate. That he has to be working so hard all the time that it's become a real drawback for the San Diego Padres organization. I'm not trying to be funny about this. It really is something that people say about AJ Preller. The guy just can't. I mean, and we all feel like you want to win so badly. I just can't leave it to anyone else. But that has been a knock on AJ, and you wrote about that.
Yeah, you'd rather have it that way than the other, I think. But at the same time, there are extremes, and extremes are rarely good. And you feel as if the vibe you get from everyone you talk to is good organizations have a guy at the top who delegates tasks to people he trusts under him, and those people run their departments, and then they report back to him, and he makes decisions from there. It feels like AJ Preller's running every bit of this franchise himself, and that's not what a great, director of baseball operations, president of baseball operations does. You look at, the Cubs when they were successful. Theo Epstein had a whole team under him that ran things, and do that as well. The Dodgers do it really well. So I think that is certainly a flaw, and it's hard to tell a guy, hey, work less. When you're not being successful.
Calm down.
Why don't you back off a little and not work as hard, and maybe we'll win.
Yeah.
But I think that's something that has to be considered, and they have to bring in people, adults who know how to run certain departments. And the thing that this franchise hasn't done, given how much they've spent on the field, they haven't gone out and poached people from top organizations and put them in place. Pay them more than the other place is paying. If you're going to pay, Xander Bogaerts $28 million a year and Manny Machado 35, go grab somebody from another organization that's very successful and implement what they do, and let them report to AJ and actually take that advice. I mean, that it's a simple solution, and maybe not as easy to do as it sounds on paper, but that's just what they have to do. But you got to build a championship organization with people who know how to run a championship organization.
Ryan, appreciate it. It's a very good piece. I think it's very fair as well. And if I was in the Padres organization, being honest, I'd have to say not a hit job by Ryan in the least. It's well thought out and it's well argued, and you did a nice job on it. And thank you for joining us.
Anytime, guys. You know that.
Thank you, buddy.
Ryan Phillips, BigLead.com, and our Premier Chevrolet of Carlsbad fan hotline. Save money the right way with Premier Chevrolet of Carlsbad. Visit them today in the Carlsbad Auto Mall. Chevrolet find new roads. How do you get a workaholic to back off a little bit? That's a tough thing. I mean, how does Peter Seidler step in and say, you know what? You get 1 hour on your phone a day. Make good use of it because
Well,
that's it. You're done. You can't call anyone after that.
I mean, Peter's a master delegator, isn't he? I mean, that's kind of what he's done. Is he hired AJ, and AJ's, again, we've all heard.
I've heard about
stuff.
Bob Melvin. One of the things that makes him a successful manager is hires coaches, lets them coach.
Lets them coach.
Doesn't make them do it this. Oh, you got to do this way. You got to do this way. It's like, no, you've been doing this a long time. Trust you. Do it the way you think you should do it. And if we fail, I'll take the responsibility because I'm the manager.
Yep.
Interesting. All right, we've got 1 hour plus remaining. Got a lineup out for today's game.
Fantastic.
If you're interested still, we'll
Can't
get to
wait.
that. Get some headlines in the Reindl Report from Pauly. And we've got some Burt Kreischer tickets to give away. All coming up in the 9 o'clock hour of Ben Woods on San Diego's #1 sports station, 97.3 The Fan. Bob Melvin going with the hot hands today in the Game 3 of their series against the St. Louis Cardinals to wrap
Matt
up
Batten.
the road trip.
Is he in there?
No, he's not.
He just got 4 hits.
He did. He would be a hot hand, wouldn't he?
What about Luis Campusano?
He is back in there again today. Apparently, Gary Sanchez is dealing with a bit of a knee.
Oh, okay.
And they wanted to give him a couple of days off in a row.
Like watching Campy hit, man.
Yeah, I got the same top 6 as yesterday. Ha-Sung Kim, Juan Soto, Manny Machado, Fernando Tatis Jr., Xander Bogaerts, Garrett Cooper. And then the red-hot Matt Carpenter is back in as the DH, batting 7th. Luis Campusano batting 8th. And Trent Grisham is in center field batting 9th. Saw a lot of people mad at Bob Melvin last night for the wrong reason. They said, why did you have Trent Grisham pinch hitting there in the 10th inning with a runner on to try to bring home the run when Jose Azocar has had a really good night? And the answer is he didn't. He brought in Trent Grisham with a 5-3 lead as a defensive replacement to correctly, strategically put your best defenders out there to try to close out the win in regulation. And then Grisham was still in there when the game went to extra innings. He wasn't supposed to get up again. You were supposed to win that game in 9 innings and never see Trent Grisham at the plate. But unfortunately, Robert Suarez gave up the home run. It went to the 10th, and Trent Grisham then was in the order having to bat. But that is the correct strategic decision.
I think that's
to put Trent Grisham in there for defensive purposes at the end of that game.
I think that's an important distinction to make, actually. There's not a lot of options, as we know right now.
Popped out with the runner at third there in the 10th inning.
Of course he did.
Xander Bogaerts grounded into a double play in the 9th with a chance to take the lead as well after a Tatis sharp single. Tatis is starting to he's hitting the ball on the line more, but just the power just seems to have dried up in the second half of the season.
It's a lot of near misses, Benny, for our
20
beloved.
home runs is not bad, but I think Tatis in a good season has to be a closer to 40 home run
35
guy, right?
to 40. I mean, he's got that in him easily.
And Manny's at 25. It's been a down season. He'll
get
finished
his
with
30.
He finished with 32 last year. Was an MVP candidate, so he could easily finish right there with 32 again with a hot couple of weeks at the end of the year. So it's not like his numbers are going to be that far off of where they've been.
That being said, I said this last week. I told you, at the end of the year, you'll look through the stats and go 270 with, an OPS of this, and he got his 30, and Tatis at 25 and 25, and, Kim's been great. You'll look down and go, what the hell happened? We're pretty good. I also read you earlier in the week, when the Padres do their damage is when it counts the least. That is unquestioned. The numbers do not lie as far as when they do damage. So you want to talk about mirages and empty stats? This team this season is like the epitome of the empty stat. I always used to rip A-Rod when I was growing up watching the Yankees. They'd be down 7-1. Then he'd rip one in the 9th, like the 2-run bomb or something. Like it just never in the big moments, and that's been the problem with this team. No one's come through in the big moments. No one.
You could literally not change a single number of any Padres player this year. An ERA, an RBI. They could all have the exact same numbers. And this is what I've talked about. You laugh about the run differential, but you could not change anything, and the Padres could easily be running away with a wild card, maybe even in the lead in the division over the Dodgers without adding a single home run, a single hit, a single strikeout by a pitcher. They've done it enough. If the timing had been
better,
the exact opposite, if they had gotten all these hits in the key moments and never worried about the 10-1 wins that have helped them add on to that run differential, they could be having a great season with the same numbers they have right now.
Yeah.
But that's the trick, because how do you fix that? You don't need to acquire any more numbers. You need to put them in better spots next year. And that is really a hard thing to fix for a baseball franchise. It's almost easier to go, oh, we got 0 production out of these 2 spots next year. Let's go acquire a player who's going to give us more production. You need to get the same production out of your team in better moments next year. That is a much tougher job than the actual opposite, and that is hey, just filling a couple of holes and we'll be fine.
Yeah, I mean it's been the story of the season, and the numbers are truly remarkable. Juan Soto, Manny Machado, Fernando Tatis Jr., Xander Bogaerts, Jake Cronenworth, on down the list. I mean, so rare that they get a big hit in a big moment. But yeah, they'll throw one up, up or down 12, 10-1. Somebody will hit a bomb. Oh, cool. I mean, Manny's gonna get his 30. He's going to get his 30 this year. He'll hit 5 home runs in the next month if he, stays at the DH spot and gets back working into third base. He'll get his 5. He'll have his 30 bombs, and back of the baseball card will look okay. And I think it's the same for all these guys. You're going to look at it and go, yeah, a bunch of empty stats this season, empty numbers, and that's terrible. That's terrible. The empty numbers is just what kills you, and the mirages that you see, and we call it inexplicable. It's pretty explicable. You can look at it and say, we watch the games. We know when you don't come through. You saw it last night. I know it's the first inning. It's just the first inning, so it's not crunch time. Men on second, third, nobody out. Manny Machado pops up. That's why you're in that spot. That's why you make $30 million a year, to drive that ball. And I know how hard it is to hit. I know. But not off that guy, not in that position. That's when you need to step up and say, this is we're going to do this. And if we don't, it's not going to be because of me, because I'm about to start barreling baseballs to the gaps and driving in runs. He's got the ability. All these guys have the ability. They just haven't done it.
All right, Sammy Levitt's in the building. He's an hour away from his pregame show, but that means a little extra Ben and Woods this morning. We'll help fill some time with some headlines from Paulie.
And get things started here with our today's edition of the Reindl Report.
Now tuned into the greatest.
Welcome to the Reindl Report with Paul Reindl.
Hi, Paul.
All right.
2 stories from the world of sports that we haven't gotten to yet.
We'll start off in Major League Baseball.
And 1 story that you didn't know you needed.
Are you laughing, biatch?
It's the Reindl Report.
Hey, Paul, how you doing? Okay, how are you?
On 97.3 The Fan.
Are you ready to bless the mood? I need some help, please.
That was good.
Can I get a oh yeah? Oh yeah.
All right.
All right. How are we feeling, boys?
Good. I just sucked down a Pop-Tart. I feel much better.
Good.
Hangover remedy?
A little bit.
How did you gain all the weight?
From eating Pop-Tarts.
All right, gentlemen, 3 stories today. A couple of feel-good stories. Let's start with one locally here in college basketball. Saw this video going around yesterday from the Aztec men's basketball program. They are in summer/fall training, getting ready for their upcoming season. And, man, it's just one of the coolest moments in college sports.
Whoever came up with this bit is a genius, because it never gets old.
Yep.
It's always heartwarming, and it is one of the best bits you can do as a coach. And if I was a coach, it's something I would look forward to the most.
You see it all the time. They're in the lecture hall style seating, and Coach Dutcher is up at the front addressing the team, and we get just an awesome moment. And here's the audio.
And then Ryan, stand up. Ryan's a preferred walk-on. He's going to be joining us. Excited to have him here. I watched him. He's good enough. That's why he's here. And obviously we lost the Twins. We lost Jared. We lost a lot walk-on wise. And we're going to have one less walk-on this year. Cade, stand up. Cade, we're going to give you a scholarship this year.
Whole team just tackles in.
It's Cade Alger.
So sick.
You get
so sick.
And if you followed the team last year especially, they're the unsung stars, but Brian Dutcher said it many times. They have like the best scout team in America. The guys who are walk-ons who almost never play but have to simulate what the other team is going to do every single game, like learn a new offense twice a week, and then practice against the starters and go, okay, you're going to be their guy, their team's big man. Do what he does, and we're going to try to stop you. And they have some of the best walk-ons who have done that. And Brian Dutcher rewarded Cade Alger. Now, he can't – there's limits to scholarships. You don't always – sometimes there aren't any, and you just have to be a walk-on. But he had one extra one this year that hadn't been used. So he gave it to Cade yesterday. And, you think of, oh, that's cool. think about his family. Tuition, whatever, $30,000 a year plus room and board and everything that he no longer has to do. I mean, that's a huge. It's like a lottery ticket that he just won yesterday.
Spending money, like you can't get a job. Like that is your job.
He gets NIL money from the Mesa Foundation and everything. I mean, that's a big moment in that guy's life, and he may actually get some meaningful minutes this year because they don't have as many big men, and he may have to step up and play a little bit more off the bench for the Aztecs this year.
And
so
think about this: like a kid like that probably turned down scholarships.
Oh yeah,
to come to San Diego State.
Division II,
Right,
other smaller schools that would have loved to have had him, but he wanted to stay where they went to the national championship game, and now he's got a scholarship, and that was really cool.
The only bit better than the scholarship bit is the manager letting a kid know that he's been called up to the big leagues. That's the one that makes, I cried everything, but that's the one that really gets me when they bring him in. Hey, listen, and they mess with him for a minute, and they're like, you're going to Milwaukee, and the kid just like loses it. It's the best. It's the best bit in sports. Yeah. My favorite. And the parents in the stands watching their kids' first game. It's over.
So what do you know about Baltimore? Or something
yeah.
Like that, right?
What?
I don't know.
It's so nuts. I love that. It's so fun.
All right. Next up, we briefly mentioned it earlier in the show. Late last night in Major League Baseball, Alex Cobb of the Giants was on the verge of history, had a no-hitter bid, and it's just one of those nights where it comes down to the final out. I mean, you see it come into the ninth often.
It haunts you
Late in the eighth inning sucks. Like sixth inning is kind of when you start getting the radar on for a no-no.
But you still are like, I got so much to get through here.
And then you get into the ninth inning, and it happens all the time. The leadoff guy in the ninth will hit a single or something. This came down to the final out. He's 1 out away from the no-no, and Spencer Steer had other ideas.
Steer's not looking for fastballs.
Get out to right center field. And a base hit.
Inches away.
So Spencer Steer spoils the party. And these Giants fans are going to give Cobb a standing ovation.
Hell of a night in the big leagues, though, man. 131 pitches.
The ball was scorched into the right center gap, and at that park, that's a big gap. Dude, the right fielder was, this close away. He reached out, he almost tracked it down, didn't take, he took the only route he could. It was hit so hard into the gap, and it was just out of his reach.
Spencer Steer spoiled the party for the Padres earlier this year with the home run as well, if I remember correctly.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm not going to feel too sorry for the Giants. They've had plenty of no-hitters.
Yeah, they have. They've had a ton. Loads of them.
We've had one. They've had... Feels like they have one every, 2 years or so.
Every team that has one is like, it's their 15th in franchise.
Matt Cain had another one. And
Lincecum
gets
the Padres.
Another one.
Yeah.
It's whatever.
All right, finally.
Ben basically says, eat S, Alex Cobb.
I was cheering against him. I really was. Get a hit, Spencer Steer. Come on. Break this thing up.
All right, a little more good news here to wrap it up. So this is typically the time of year when television shows are going to get ready to start back up for the next season. Late night hosts getting ready for their new season. Most people take the summer off. And with the writer's strike, it's still ongoing. Nothing really has changed there. But all of the late night hosts got together and they launched a podcast together that will benefit all of their staffers that are still on strike.
Amazing.
So it's Stephen Colbert, Jimmy Fallon, Jimmy Kimmel, Seth Meyers, and John Oliver from HBO or Max.
Solid.
They've teamed up it's called Strike Force 5. It's a podcast discussing the ongoing writer's strike. So it's educating people as well on why their shows are not going to be on the air for a little while longer, maybe a lot longer, who knows. And it says the limited series will feature at least 12 episodes. That's what they've signed on for to start. It's going to launch today, August 30th, on all of the major podcast platforms. Okay. And all of the proceeds will go to staffers of each show who all the shows went dark going back to May 2nd now. It's been a while.
Good for them, man.
If they want to promote it, I would have any one of them on this show.
Absolutely. Any one of those guys.
Out of those 5, who's the one that you would have?
Okay, Kimmel? So Kimmel, Fallon,
Seth Meyers, Colbert.
John Oliver, or Stephen Colbert.
Colbert would be hysterical. Oliver would be hysterical.
I go with Kimmel. I think he's
Kimmel would be really
the sportsy
funny
guy, and he's got an easy way about him. I think I go with Kimmel.
Yeah, I think I'm down for any of those actually.
Jimmy Fallon would be tough. He's funny, but he'd be tough.
He's the one I wouldn't.
He'd be tough.
We got breaking Padres news. The Padres have placed right-handed pitcher Steven Wilson on the 15-day injured list with left hip inflammation.
A lot of inflammation going on.
Lots of inflammation. Retro to August 28th and recalled left-handed pitcher Ray Kerr from AAA.
I kind of like Ray Kerr.
I do too. I mean,
he's not there yet. He's not there yet, but
Bro, 97 from the left side. Yeah, I can work with that.
I kind of get excited about Ray Kerr. Maybe they'll claim one of those Angels pitchers today.
Why do you want one of those? I'm not at my Colonel budget now. I'm sitting here going, we're good. We've spent enough this year to throw in good money after bad. Who do you want? You want Giolito here, don't you? Would you rather watch Giolito or Rich Hill pitch today? I think I'm going to go with Giolito. But now at this point,
well, now it doesn't matter.
Now it doesn't matter.
I hope Rich Hill gets a win or two with the Padres. I hope he doesn't go winless in his entire time here in San Diego. That would be sad.
He's accountable after the game.
Maybe today
isn't that what's most important?
Be very like the Padres. Win a series here that doesn't mean anything today. They're playing. Miles Michael is starting for the Cardinals in today's game. All right, let's take a timeout. We'll come back. Got the tickets to Bert Kreischer that we're going to give away. That's still coming up. And we're heading right into the Padres pregame show this morning. All ahead with Ben and Woods on San Diego's #1 sports station. Get a quick check of traffic with Vicky Pepper here on 97.3 The Fan. Paulie just mentioned the writers' strike, the Hollywood strike that's continuing on during the Reindl Report, and saying we haven't really, as consumers, as viewers, noticed much yet because, well, everything that we're watching now was made, months or even a year ago.
Comic-Con was affected by
Yeah,
it, but other than that,
but
all
in
the
terms,
movies that came out this summer were already done.
They're already done. Streaming shows, seasons were in the can, and they've been released. But now, as we get further in the year, and they haven't been making anything, now we're going to start seeing a bit of a desert of entertainment options going forward. And it reminded me, because you said this is usually the season for new shows. Now, it's different. Since streaming, shows drop when they drop in different times of the year. But when we grew up, Woods, right now, end of August, early September, was always the new TV season. And you'd have new shows. You'd have the returning shows coming back for new seasons.
And your favorite thing to read when you were a kid? The TV Guide.
It would come out right around now.
Yeah,
the
buddy.
fall preview edition.
You'd lose your mind.
Of the TV Guide with the new schedules of you get to look at the grid, like, okay, Mondays on ABC, NBC, CBS. What's the lineup going to be?
This new Ted Danson show.
Little asterisk on new show right here. What's that going to be? Which ones am I going to watch? Which ones do I have to, chart some time out? Because there were no DVRs or anything. Right. You just have to be ready to watch them live at 8 p.m. and 9 p.m. Is that one that I'm going to watch? Oh, these two are at the same time. I'm going to have to make a decision. As to which show I'm going to watch.
Kelsey Grammer or Ted Danson and their new shows.
And, of course, it doesn't work that way anymore. Everything's recorded, streaming. You just watch it when you want to watch it. It doesn't matter when it's on.
You know what I watched?
What did you watch?
2 nights ago? Crimson Tide.
Denzel Washington, Gene Hackman.
One of the best movies maybe ever. It's probably in my top 10.
It's not even the best submarine movie, though. Hunt for Red October is the best submarine movie.
No, Crimson Tide.
Really?
Yeah. I'm not a big Tom Clancy guy, but
I love Tom Clancy.
It's amazing. Crimson Tide's incredible.
It's a really good movie.
James Gandolfini's in it. It's brilliant. Viggo Mortensen.
It's almost weird to watch James Gandolfini because he's in a subordinate role in
that
movie.
Yeah.
And you get so used to him being Tony Soprano in charge of everything. It's like, it's weird that you're taking orders. It was. But now it's weird seeing Tony Soprano take orders from Gene Hackman in that movie.
It's like watching Bryan Cranston and any
funny
reruns of like
Seinfeld
in the middle. You're like, no.
Don't you make meth?
You're a psycho meth dealing murderer. You can't play dad.
I'm telling you though, man, Gene Hackman, pound for pound, one of the best American actors of all time. I've never seen him in anything I didn't like him in. Brilliant in that movie. Brilliant.
Viggo Mortensen was Weps, the weapons officer.
That's right.
In that movie.
It's a brilliant film.
Had to get that radio working. Vossler. You got to get that radio working, Vossler.
The other thing I watched, I'm always like 5 years too late. Fury. You ever see Fury with Brad Pitt? The tank. Oh my God, it is unbelievable. Watched that the other day. I'm back into movies.
A war movie?
Yeah. It's about World War II. This one's really good. My boy John Barenthal's in it. It's really good. Fury with Brad Pitt, who's incredible.
Well, we might need to be doing some rewatching and things that we missed over the last 10, 15 years because not going to have a lot of new content now. The rest of the year going into next year until they get that writer's strike done. And even when they do, it's still going to take a while to get the engine churning content out again.
I do like Ben's. We have always wanted to do Ben's movie book report. I mean, not book report, but Ben's movie report because you've seen so few films. You watch a lot of sports. You listen to a lot of sports.
Yeah.
You're consumed with sports.
I've missed a fair share of
films
popular
and TV.
All of my favorite movies
theatrical releases
that I know you haven't seen. Like, do you know what I'd give to be able to go back and experience that movie for the first time again?
Sure, yeah. And they're just sitting there like this cache of brilliant, like Eastbound and Down he hasn't seen. This cache of amazing shows and movies that he's like, I'm good. I'd rather listen to PGA. I want to talk about the Ryder Cup.
It's always was tough for me because I have to. When I watch something, part of my brain will go, if it's too over the top and silly, I just go, well, that's dumb. That's not realistic. But anything that's too realistic is boring.
Correct.
So you really have to thread the needle for me to find the right level of entertainment in a movie.
You're a complicated man.
I know.
Very
I'm
complicated.
very complicated.
Very
Because I don't want to be bored.
Right.
But I also don't want something to be
silly.
ridiculous and silly. Like that could never happen.
You didn't like Happy Gilmore because nobody could ever hit a golf ball
Exactly.
that far in real life.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
You have to suspend reality sometimes.
I do. I need
But
to do
you'll
a
watch
better
Star
job.
Wars.
Yes, and Star Trek.
Sci-fi's a little different, though.
Because you're going in.
You're just in a different sort of universe where the rules don't apply. Like in a golf tournament, we're not in some alternate universe. They're trying to say, oh, this is the PGA Tour. And this guy is on the PGA Tour.
It's a movie.
I have trouble suspending reality.
The fact that we've had Shooter McGavin on this show not once but twice
And
before
Ben's
you
like,
had ever seen the movie was just
It's staggering.
mind-boggling.
He tried. Remember, he tried to watch it.
it's too good for it.
Couldn't get through it.
It was better than I thought.
Yeah, I mean, it's a funny part.
Yeah, it's never going to be one of my favorites, but there are definitely. Shooter was fantastic.
He's amazing.
He is the star of the movie.
He's the star of the movie.
Oh,
Period.
I'm
The
not
end.
an Adam Sandler fan.
Yeah,
I like Bob Barker, but that was a silly scene too.
He's so good.
Rest in peace to Bob Barker.
In
this
Virginia,
week.
my right arm's just a little bit longer than my left.
So good.
So good.
All right, we got 40 minutes left.
Speaking of comedians, we've got Bert Kreischer tickets to give
Yeah.
away right now.
I thought you were going
Comedian.
to say, speaking of comedians, Sam Levitt is sitting out there in the
Funny
hallway.
Man Sam.
Funny Man Sam Levitt.
No, but Bert Kreischer is going to be performing at Pechanga Arena on October 1st. Tickets are on sale now at access.com, AXS.com. But you can win 4-pack right now. Be the third caller, 833-288-0973. Win 4 tickets to Bert Kreischer right now from 97.3 The Fan, 833-288-0973. Come back. It's not even the last segment. We have 2 more segments
40
today.
minutes.
Oh, this could get dicey. This could
already
get dicey.
All right, I'll break out the topic wheel.
We may
40
need
minutes of topic
We may
wheel?
need more than that to get through the rest of
How
this
about
show.
some phone calls
After
on
last
a
night
Wednesday?
as well? Well, we got a giveaway right now, so
Crap.
give us a second. We'll be back. Ben and Woods on 97.3 The Fan. Sarah 97.3 The Fan is brought to you by the San Diego Automotive Museum's new exhibit, A Trip Down Whiskey Road. It opens August 31st. Explore the origins between moonshine, NASCAR, and heavily modified whiskey running cars that inspired modern muscle cars. Go to sdautomuseum.org for information. Do we have any more information left on this show? We've discussed all the information.
I don't know if you missed it. Steven Wilson, 15-day IL, was it?
Yes, 15-day IL with a hip inflammation in his left hip.
If you're a conspiracy theorist sort, you'll notice that the level of IL trips seems to be increasing for the Padres lately. Now,
yes,
they could be getting more unlucky when it comes to injuries, or they could have the same amount of injuries that they've had all year long, but they could be saying, now it doesn't make any sense for guys to pitch through the aches and pains and be a little more conservative and shut guys down here at the end of the season as we fall further and further out of playoff contention.
Absolutely here for it, and no reason to push at this point. I know it's I said I want to see the guys, continue to play hard, and I think if you're getting paid the amount of money they get paid, yeah, you need to go out there and give your all, whatever your all looks like these days. You have to do it. You can't just fold. You can't let you can't Roger Dorn it down at third base or any other position. That being said, if you're hurt or you're injured right now, this is the time to shut it down and regroup and get ready for next season. There is no reason to go now. Like Darvish does not need to come back this year. Joe Musgrove does not need to come back. They have proven enough in their careers. Like no one is going to think lesser of either of those guys if they don't come back and throw a single pitch for the Padres
Quite
this
frankly,
season.
I'll be mad if they do.
I'm with you.
And then get hurt again.
Yes, absolutely. I think you've earned it, guys. You're good. You shut her down. Come on back next year, and let's go try to win a World Series
again. It doesn't even just have to be them. It could be literally anybody
Honestly,
on the team.
anybody.
At this point, it does not matter.
Nope.
But I think we would be... I don't want to act like everybody is just shutting it down. Seth Lugo keeps battling.
It's great
out there. Not perfect, but
if anybody
raising
gets
his
banged up,
price.
if Matthew
Quality
Batten
start
gets banged
yesterday.
up, don't force it. It
Right.
doesn't matter.
Right.
It doesn't matter.
You've got guys, Ha-Seong Kim is the prototypical example, but he's not the only one. There are other guys on this roster who have had good seasons, who battle every single day out there. Michael Wacha's had a really good season for the Padres. And you don't want them all to just get lost in the shuffle and go, oh, a bunch of underperforming stiffs on this team. They're not. They're not all underperforming stiffs on the San Diego Padres. They had a lot of good players this year, and many of them did some really good things this season as well. It wasn't like a total loss of a season. It was in terms of the final result, the wins and losses, not getting where you want to get to, but it wasn't an unmitigated disaster from 1 to 26 on the roster all year long. That's not fair.
No, it's not fair. And I don't know that. I mean, at the end of the day, though, the only thing that really matters is wins and losses. And I don't think that there's any moral victories to be had. I can certainly appreciate the season that some of those guys have turned in, the Seth Lugos, the Wakas, the Ha-Seong Kims. I absolutely do. Ha-Seong Kim has played hard every single play of this season. Every play. I've never seen that guy take a play off. Whether he's playing second base, Ben, and it's a foul ball down the right field line, that man is on the move. I love the way he plays baseball. I think it's brilliant. I wish more guys played with that much fire. But I can also think that it doesn't mean anything at the end of the day because they're not going to the playoffs. It's great. Good for him.
Did you see that video the Padres put out where it looked like they were trying to fix his helmet?
His helmet, yeah. Putting
some additional padding in there, and Manny was commenting.
Yeah.
And then in the first inning, he's on base yesterday, and they throw it down the line on the Juan Soto bunt, and he's rounding second. The helmet flies off. He catches it
and
he
throws
doesn't know,
it.
He doesn't know what to do with it. So he tosses it off to the side. I'm going, okay, this is starting to be a problem. I mean, could he have scored on that play all the way from first if his helmet, he hadn't had stopped to catch it and toss it off
honestly, I coach T-ball, and I've never seen kids lose their helmets more than Ha-Seong Kim. But, honestly, man, I think the mentality with the San Diego Padres, and you're a fan, you can think however you want. It's got to be more focused on wins than moral victories. And, well, this guy had a good year, and this guy collectively, if I have a great show and you guys don't, or vice versa, it's not a good show. It's not a good show. You know, I think at the end of the day, the only thing that needs to matter in this organization is dubs. That's it. And they just, frankly, don't have enough of them this year. And all of that aside, sure, we'd be way worse off without Lugo and Waka and Hassan Kim. We'd be way worse than we were right now. But that's kind of where I sit today as a fan. It's just hasn't been good enough.
All right, I got 3 letters for you, Woods.
Okay.
M-U-P.
M.U.P.
I will explain after traffic here on 97.3 The Fan.
From the premier Buick GMC of Carlsbad Traffic Center, part of the premier auto family, here's Vicki Pepper.
This report brought to you by Viejas Casino and Resort. 5 north at 28th, a crash involving a motorcycle blocking the 2 left lanes. You're at a standstill from the 54. Traffic in San Diego may be stressful, so let Viejas Casino and Resort alleviate your anxiety. Take a dip in alluring relaxation, rejuvenate in Willow Spa, or win that life-changing jackpot. Your unmatched staycation experience is just 25 minutes away from downtown. Viejas Casino and Resort. I'm Vicki Pepper, in for Kelly Danick with Ben and Woods, San Diego's #1 sports station, 97.3 The Fan.
So if you joined us earlier, you know that Woods, Paul, and I went out last night for dinner with our Odyssey colleagues, celebrated our new 3-year contract. Woodsy had a couple of old fashions. And now we wake up this morning and we got to do an extra long show.
Yeah.
To get to the pregame show with Sammy Levitt at 11:15. No reason for Coach to do an 8-minute show. So we're still sticking around here for another almost half an hour. We're not close to done yet. And I've been seeing all these stories coming out of the NFL this week. Guys placed on the PUP list.
Yeah, PUP.
The physically unable to perform list. I feel like right now I'm on the M.U.P. list. I'm on the mentally unable to perform list right now.
Me too.
We still have 30 minutes to go, and I'm not sure where we take it from here. But, yeah, we've been placed on the M.U.P. list right now.
Yeah. Mentally, it's been a drain, right? The whole year has just been a drain. The Groundhog Day shows that we had to do a million times, but
we don't get an M.U.P. list in radio.
No.
Like they get in football. Jonathan Taylor's on the PUP. Von Miller's on the PUP.
So that means they have to
Kyler
sit
Murray's on the PUP. 4 games minimum to start the season.
That's a bummer for Jonathan Taylor. I heard DA talking about it this morning. The Colts would be just god-awful, would have been god-awful the last couple of years without Jonathan Taylor, Ben. And DA put it pretty bluntly. He was basically like, look, you blew it. If you're Jonathan Taylor, you overplayed your hand. No one was going to send them a package of draft picks and then bring you in and say, we're going to give you a buttload of money, man. It hasn't happened for these running backs, and we've talked about the running back problem in the NFL ad nauseum, but it just, if you're the Colts, you're like, where are we really going?
They're already such a mess. They named Anthony Richardson their starting quarterback like 2 weeks ago, to the giant surprise of one Anthony Richardson, who goes, what? I'm the starting quarterback? I played 1 quarter in the preseason. How can I be the starting quarterback?
I'm not ready for this.
That was literally his reaction to be named the starting quarterback. Like, no, I'm not ready for this.
Are you guys?
That team screams. I don't know what their over/under win total is. It screams under right now for the Indianapolis Colts.
Are you guys excited for football, NFL football? We don't have a team. We all root for different players. There's so many players I've been
so used to waiting until late October or November to get excited about it.
Now
I must say I was happy to see college football on my television this last weekend, and I will be happy to have football on my TV starting 1 week from tomorrow. Right? Yeah.
My first year back in fantasy football for a long, long time. So I'm looking forward to that a little bit. Maybe not after a couple of weeks, but I'm pretty fired up for it.
I wouldn't even know half the guys that are drafted.
Yeah, it was tough. You get to the end, those flex positions, you're like, this guy's a wide receiver. I'm clicking on the little square next to it to get any info I can because I've never heard of him.
So hard dealing with the injuries. Joe Burrow going to be a top quarterback, but they don't even know if he's going to be ready for week 1 of the season.
Tell me about what Saban did. You were talking about speaking of the competitive advantage, right?
In the NFL, you're required to put out your injury reports.
Correct.
Before each game, questionable, probable, doubtful. And in college football, every team puts out their depth chart. They're too deep, just so you got an idea of, who's the starter, who's the backup. But Nick Saban decided that depth charts are too much of a distraction for the Alabama Crimson Tide. So he's not doing it this year. You're gonna wait until they throw out some guys on the field for their first game, and now you know who the starters are because they're the guys on the field, and the backups, those will be the guys who come in when the starters are not on the field.
And that's all he's giving.
We're not letting anybody know who the starters and the backups are. And
wow.
To me, it's just another one of those power plays you see from college football coaches. And Saban, to me, he's the best, but he's also the worst.
Are you going to question the methods of one Nicholas Saban?
Not in winning and losing. He's probably absolutely right. If you don't have to say something, don't reveal any information. But the point of college football, to me, is not just to win games. It's to give these young athletes a platform to, be seen if they're going to go on to an NFL career, scouts to be talked about, increase some of their visibility for now NIL. And what Nick Saban tries to do is tries to take as much of that out as possible. I feel like if Nick Saban could, he put out a bunch of guys in numberless, nameless, red jerseys, crimson jerseys, and say, go out and play. I don't want to see any stats. There's no individual numbers. All that matters is the final score. And at the end of the game, he'd do a press conference, and the media would never talk to any of his players. And then at the end of the years, 4 years, they'd graduate. You wouldn't know a single name of any player on the Alabama Crimson Tide. There'd be no idea who any of these guys are. That guy, was he the quarterback? He looked kind of familiar. Don't know what his name is. Don't know anything about him. It's just Nick Saban's team, and they won a whole bunch of games with a bunch of faceless, nameless college football players.
That's how he would want to
I feel like that's how he'd want to run things if he could choose. That there'd be no individuality whatsoever.
Would you care at the end of the year, though, if you're standing there holding up another national championship?
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
That a little bit.
But I know I see your point. But no, I'm excited, man. I'm more into football now than I was in previous years because, well, I kind of have to be. I'm looking forward to that, kind of turning the page on this season, and of course we're going to delve into what went wrong, what can be better, what you can fix, and we'll adjust as those moves happen. But I'm looking forward. It was such a nice distraction to put on college football this week. Even Paulie was watching the Notre Dame Navy. It was so fun.
The first game I saw on.
It was so cool.
I love seeing the pageantry.
It's so great.
Like
man.
we put Red Zone on Sundays pretty
My wife
much
hates
all day long.
Hates it.
Oh, Megan's more into it than I am. I leave it on. I don't really care because I don't play fantasy football
and
anymore.
You don't have a team.
I don't have a team. I kind of don't like the NFL, so
Sure.
it's on. But college football, I'll watch an entire game between two teams. They don't have Red Zone for college football. I'll watch two teams I really don't care about, and it's much more entertaining to me on a Saturday.
I'm so fired up to go back to a game in a couple of weeks. I have not been to see the Irish play in South Bend in many, many, many years. And in fact, the last time I saw the Irish play, they played at Soldier Field against Miami.
What's that experience like? Like the actual South Bend
last football game I went to,
touchdown
NFL
Jesus.
or college, was Navy Notre Dame at Qualcomm.
Yeah,
like
Is it a
tailgating experience?
Oh.
What is it? What is the experience for a Notre Dame football game?
It's unbelievable. It's truly. If you hate Notre Dame, it doesn't matter. You got to go if you're a college football fan and check it out. The campus is stunning. The tailgates are rabid. They have a bar on campus that you can go into. It's called the Huddle. It's incredible. You go check out the grotto. You light a candle. You go see Touchdown Jesus, the Golden Dome, the whole bit. And I'm taking my 5-year-old his first game.
Touchdown Jesus is a statue, right?
No, it's a mural on the library.
It's a mural.
Yeah.
Okay.
In that library is the first place I ever used the internet, by the way. That is a true story. It was my first time on the internet in the library at Notre Dame, dude. The internet, that's how old we are. Hey, you guys have that thing that they call the internet? And you know what I pulled? Guitar chords for like an Oasis song or something in the library, printed them out, took them home and learned them. I go, well, this is
You couldn't it wasn't so simple.
No.
You couldn't just Google something. There was no search engine.
There was a search engine, I think.
Bing or
Firefox or something. I don't remember exactly.
That's a browser.
It's a browser, yeah. But I
Ask Jeeves.
Ask Jeeves, yes. That was probably your favorite. Benny, it's an experience like no other. And they march in the team, and it's unbelievable. I'm very worried about my 5-year-old being able to hang for that long. It's a long day. My dad We will walk 45 miles around that campus. He went there. Like, he knows. He's done this 1,000 times. We got to go see this, and we got to go see this and this.
I mean, one of my greatest college football experiences was a few years ago when Shelly and I went to Washington State when they finally got ESPN's College Game Day. So it was last minute. We went, with less than a week to prepare, went up there, and you got to be like 2 a.m. set up for that show, because it's on the West Coast. So the ESPN's setting up. They're all down there. Game wasn't until like 5 p.m. So, I mean, it was all day tailgating, drinking, walking around campus, eating, partying the entire day. It was one of the longest days of my life.
Can I tell you, though, the anxiety?
Plus, we couldn't get a hotel room, so we had to stay in Spokane, which was a 2-hour drive back and forth traffic all the way. But it was an incredible day.
I will have so much dad content for you guys when I get back from Chicago and South Bend. My dad does this to me every year. Or every time we go to a game, he'll go, "Oh, I've got us all set up at a tailgate. Some friends of mine." And I'm like, "Oh, okay." And then we show up there. There'll be 4 of us. And I always feel the side eye from them. In fact, one year, one of the husbands had about 40 Coors Lights, and we were like feasting on their tailgate. We were told we were welcome. And a guy literally goes, "Oh, no, you can sit in my chair, or just get up and get yourself some more free food." And I almost soiled myself. And I went to my dad and I go, "Do we need to give these guys money? I feel terrible." He said,
I don't think so. I think a tailgate is inherent.
It seems like a free-for-all. It's
inherently
not. It is not, Ben.
It's about hospitality.
Okay,
so if you're hosting a tailgate, you have to be able to welcome anyone who stops by. Well, I mean, if you know them, you need to bring food for everyone.
Do we need to bring something?
You should bring something along. Yeah, I mean, don't be a rude guest.
My dad, I get so anxiety.
Bring a 6-pack, bring something. But once you're there and you drop off your 6-pack, have some wings, have some dip, buffalo chicken dip.
Let's put it this way: I'm going to eat a big breakfast before we go, because I get very nervous about encroaching on other people.
So when we've done a couple of tailgates, Shelly, when we went all out and did the spread, I mean, it's ridiculous. It's so much work to put on a good tailgate. Got the people at the RVs who do it right.
Oh,
and
they're camping for days.
Set all day with a huge spread. And they bring out a giant barbecue, and it's a great tailgate is really an amazing thing, but it's a lot of work.
Well, and then to
put together a really high quality tailgate.
And then 4 slap D's show up with their paper plates ready to load up their plates, and they didn't contribute. I'm down for it. It seems like a big free for all. It's not. But to answer your question, There's nothing like it.
Favorite when we come back, because we have one more segment.
One more segment. Oh, my
Favorite
God.
tailgate food item.
Okay.
I want that answer. We'll also, if you missed it, the Incorporator with Jesse Agler. The word that he had to work into the broadcast yesterday was Nemophilus.
Let's bring Sammy in, too.
And we can bring in Sammy. We got like 10 minutes left. So
come on.
We will talk to Sammy. He's getting ready for a show.
That's all right.
You don't want to interrupt his preparation
he's been here
too
since
much.
like 7 o'clock.
He's been here forever.
Prepared.
All guests on Ben & Woods appear on the Premier Chevrolet of Carlsbad fan hotline.
40 times this year. He knows
Save
what
money
he's
the
doing.
right way with Premier Chevrolet of Carlsbad. Visit them today in the Carlsbad Auto Mall. Chevrolet, find new roads. Bonus, Ben & Woods. When we come back, we're not done yet on San Diego's #1 sports station, 97.3 The Fan.
There he is. Move this stuff, Sammy. Hi, buddy.
We're still here. It's more Ben and Woods. It's 10 o'clock.
I bet we got a lot of angry people.
Hour
right now.
number 5. Yeah, we're not going to make Coach come in and do a 10-minute show. So we're gonna lead right into the pregame show with Sam Levitt, who joins us in studio. We were just talking about tailgate parties.
Sammy's a Northwestern guy. It's pretty good tailgates up
Home
there.
of hazing, Northwestern University.
Not a good sign. This mic?
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't hear Sammy. So
Right
there you go.
There you go.
Oh, there we go.
Hey, buddy.
I don't know about great tailgate, to be honest.
No
with
good?
you. And, well, it's a very old stadium. It's a very small fan base, small school in a big city. But I've had fun. I don't know that I would say
Gets windy and cold.
I don't know that I would put it on like my
your bucket
college
list.
football list. No.
Okay.
To be honest.
What's your favorite tailgate item?
And not a great time for the program right now.
No, not at all. Food item, tailgate. You got to think about this. It's not a Super Bowl party. You don't have like necessarily an oven standing by.
I love a burger, man.
You can grill up a burger, sure.
Burger.
That's fine. That's a little plain, though. I mean, for a tailgate item. To me,
I don't eat foie gras at a tailgate like
no.
you.
You don't understand what I mean. Paul, what's your answer?
Wings.
Wings is not a bad choice.
Problem is with wings, though, you got to bring them in.
That's
right?
tough, though. They're
and
tricky.
They taste. You lose some of you lose it.
So to me, the ultimate tailgate item is a dip. A chip with a really good dip.
That's a side, though, to a burger.
No, I think
it's not a meal.
But a tailgate lasts a long time. You're there for like 3 hours.
Grazing and munching.
And if you're just looking forward to that 2 minutes where you're eating a burger, yeah, it's fine, but it's over. It was great. It was a great burger. I like something that I can graze on for the entire time of the tailgate.
A good dip, man.
And while buffalo chicken dip
I'm not a dip guy.
The king of all dips.
No,
we'll work through those issues in a second.
I don't like dips. I don't like.
Are you one of those
creamy? Not my thing.
Not even a nice salsa.
No, I like salsa.
Okay.
Hot dip is tough, though, at a tailgate because you don't have an oven. So, to me, the king of tailgate items, 7-layer dip.
7-layer. But I don't like
7-layer dip.
6-layer dip.
6-layer dip.
6-layer dip is perfect. Olives are hideous, so I don't mess
Obviously,
with
Sammy doesn't like it because one of the layers is
creamy,
sour cream,
I
which
hate
is
sour
creamy.
cream.
Delicious.
No.
You don't like anything
not a
creamy?
Dip guy. No,
No.
not
Ice
a dip
cream?
guy.
Like ice cream?
I don't even like cheese that much. I don't like cold cheese. I don't like things that are really cheesy, dippy, creamy.
You're a meat and potatoes guy, through and through.
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah.
I'm thinking tailgate. Like I don't like jalapeno poppers with
Cream
cream
cheese.
cheese. Here's something. I grew up in New York. I do not like cream cheese that much at all.
They put it on everything.
If I go to a bagel store and I get a bagel with cream cheese, I'll get a little light layer of olive cream cheese, and I say to them, even less than what you think.
Wow.
Even less.
You just want the taste.
A little layer.
To be an authentic New Yorker, though, you have to call it schmear.
A schmear.
Right? Schmear.
That's what Californians think of authentic New York.
I think that's more a perception thing than what people actually call it.
They don't call it a schmear?
Ben, at a tail, I can picture you like, so you don't like dips.
Oh,
you
man,
do
I
like
love,
dips.
I love a great charcuterie place.
Sammy wants Chilean sea bass at his tailgate.
I'll do wings. I like a good burger.
What's
sliders.
the biggest?
Sliders is a good
What's
call.
the biggest throwaway at a tailgate? I got mine is the fruit platter with the melon, your melon medley, your watermelon, your honeydew, and your cantaloupe. There's always one. It's there. You're like, all right, I'll have a piece of honeydew while I'm here.
How about switching it up and grilling up like carne asada and maybe some tacos?
That's a San Diego tailgate
That doesn't
staple.
exist in South Bend, Indiana.
Yeah, that's
they
a
wouldn't
San
know what
Diego
carne asada is.
Tailgate
But
staple.
You get a table with all the fixings.
Yeah.
When Qualcomm existed, the smell of carne asada on a Sunday, walking through that place was everywhere. Always delicious.
Now I'm getting excited about this tailgate, even though we're probably not going to be welcome wherever we go. Every year he does this. Don't worry, we're set.
Where are you going?
South Bend.
You're going to South Bend?
Yeah. My dad went to school there and taking my son.
I've been there once.
It's amazing.
It's a beautiful campus.
Beautiful campus.
Yeah.
The weather, mid-September, it should be perfect. against Central Michigan. Should be a win.
Now fire up chips.
Yeah, it's going to be a blast.
Gonna play back the incorporator here from Jesse. Now, Sammy, you listen to all the games. You're here
Yes.
and
Well,
monitoring,
especially on the road.
And I know you listen to this show quite regularly. Do you catch the incorporator often, or does it go over your head sometimes?
If they're on the road and I'm here in the studio, I sometimes get it. I sometimes don't. Which is a credit to Jesse because it's that
Yeah,
smooth.
he's tricky about it. Yeah. So yesterday's word was nemophilist. Someone who loves the forest, likes to be of the forest, wander through the forest.
Haunts the woods.
Jesse, I think it was sixth inning yesterday, Paulie?
Yeah, top of the sixth.
Inning.
This is the 15th inning for the Padre offense. Only twice have they been retired in order. And while the Cardinal pitchers have done probably a better than average job of limiting the damage, they have made lives very, very difficult on themselves. 1-1 to Kim. And the pitch is outside. 2 balls and a strike. It's one of those where they're kind of fighting their way through the forest. The Cardinal pitchers, and I see a little bit of daylight, but there's an awful lot standing between them and the exit. 2-1 to Kim. Here's the pitch. And Hassan takes a strike right at the knees on the outside corner. Pitchers are generally not people who like to spend time in those woods. They are not nemophilists. They want to get in and out with as little trouble as possible, not get scraped by any of those branches or thorns along the way.
Wow. That was as long a setup
Yeah.
as Jesse gets.
See, I
for
feel like
those.
that's
that was good.
That's
a win.
That's a win.
That's a win.
That's a
Yeah.
win for us.
And the word was fairly obvious when he said it as well, that he had to work it in. That's kind of a win on our side. You know he gets it in, but he needed to really hit us over the head with that one.
Yep.
To get it
Sammy,
in.
how are the calls? Are they still unhinged?
Well, we haven't had as many calls lately, which I guess is not all that surprising. But no, they've been fine. Everybody's been fine. I think
How
it's
are you
been.
doing?
I'm fine. I think it's been a very long season for everybody.
Oh my God.
And yeah, and a lot of games like last night. So I don't blame people if they don't want to talk much about it. I hope they listen.
Sure.
We have a lot of good stuff. I mean, still post-game sound that you only get here on this station right after games. So we're having fun, but I think it's been a pretty long season for everybody.
It was good post-game show last night.
Right? And
Yeah.
and it
Big
seems,
time.
seems like everybody around it's kind
I
of
was
feeling it.
listening on our way back from dinner, and it was a good post-game show last night. You had the numbers, you had the stats that had to be discussed after the game. You had good sound from Fernando Tatis Jr. and
That's right.
Matt Batten, and it was a good
Matthew
post-game
Batten,
show.
former sod poodle. Got to
Yeah.
get him in there.
You have
Four
a
knocks,
connection
man.
with him. What do you have more about Matt Batten for us?
Quinnipiac University, 32nd round pick.
32nd round pick.
Amarillo Sod Poodle 2019. Let me tell you, if anybody on this team wore a Sod Poodle uniform and they talk after a game, be assured they're getting in the post game.
Oh, I love that. Sammy taking care of his guys. I love it. No, I mean, hey, has Soto, Manny, Fernando, or Xander got 4 knocks in a game this season? Soto did.
Soto
did.
Soto did.
I think Manny may have. Soto definitely did.
Matt Batten with 4 knocks.
Now, 2 of them were infield singles.
Who cares? It's still a
numbers.
knock. What do
You got to put the ball in play.
Yeah, still a yeah. What do you mean?
I honestly, the first
Sorry.
until they lost last night, I was finally convinced the Cardinals may be more cursed than the Padres. Because for once, the Padres were getting bleeders down the line, and I was like, "Oh my God, the Cardinals are more jinxed than this Padres team." And then, of course, in the end, it's a bleeder by Paul Goldschmidt that puts him on base for the 2-strike home run for Wilson Contreras, and then an extra inning win, and once again proving, no, it's the Padres who are the most cursed team
No
this year in
question.
baseball.
It's been a weird season in that I never believed in curses, and now I do. I fully believe in curses, and my pulpit. I always said from my platform, I said, well, if you believe in curses, that means you're letting these guys off for their poor play, and you just chalk it up to being cursed. After watching the season, I believe in curses.
Well, I think the extra inning thing, I think it is, at this point, a mix of being unlucky and just things not bouncing your way in a sense, but also,
also not being
you don't lose 11 extra inning games just because of that.
If-
I used the word execution in the open and post game yesterday. I mean, there's just been a lack of
I
execution.
think that
It's both.
so the odds were let's just assume that an extra inning game is a coin flip essentially.
Yeah.
And they're not necessarily that way. Some teams, you're at home, you probably have more of an advantage, but over the course of 11, it's probably mostly 50-50. To lose all 11, so like lose 11 coin flips in a row, that would happen 1 every 2,048 times.
Oh,
you have to overcome 1 in over 2,000 odds to lose a coin flip 11 straight times.
If there's a curse, how during this winter do we reverse the curse?
I've seen all kinds of things. You know, the get the "that's what's in" guys to apologize.
That's what's in.
All right, I don't know if that will do it. Maybe we love them.
You know what? I think getting the "that's what's in" guys on this show.
No way.
No.
We get killed. We get murdered.
But what if it was to reverse the curse?
But what if it didn't?
What if it got worse?
What if it got worse?
And then you could get looped
I mean,
in with
we had
them.
a fate.
You're part of them.
Then we were part of them.
Can we tar and feather them on the show? Is that something that can still be done?
We can't assault them. I'm not going to jail, over it.
Hang them by their feet out of the window.
I did like how KUSI put out a statement over the weekend that said we didn't know what they were going to do. We had no idea. They said that they wanted to do something. I'm like, you didn't.
Yeah, that's not how that works.
You didn't ask them. You had no idea what they were going to do when they got on. They start dancing around, talking about goose and loose, and I mean, can you not pull the plug in the middle of it? And I don't know, but it's a myriad of things, Samuel. A myriad.
Yeah.
We have the whole offseason to discuss it too. I'm really looking forward to that.
Well, at least you had 10 extra minutes here to discuss it.
Well, Sammy's in charge for the next hour, and then it's Jesse and Tony. Then back to Sammy for the post-game show, then Gwen and Chris later today. For Paul Reindl, our executive producer, Stephen Woods, I'm Ben Higgins, wishing our boss, Adam Klug, a happy vasectomy, and we'll talk to you tomorrow morning, 6 a.m., right here on 97.3 The Fan.